as this event. We extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you for the two-day hybrid international conference titled Rhetoric of Resilience, Impact of Trauma on Language, Memory, and Cultural Narratives. This conference is proudly organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, the Department of English Shift 1, and the Department of English BA Shift 2. This conference promises to be a platform for insightful discussions and meaningful exchanges of ideas set to be conducted on the 8th and 9th of March 2024 in Sri Shankarlal Sundarbai Shashun Jain College for Women, in collaboration with the All India Forum for English Students, Scholars, and Trainers. We are excited to embark on this journey of exploration and discovery together. Prayer. Prayer is the raising of one's mind and heart to God, or requesting of good things from God. May I request the gathering to kindly rise up, and I invite Ms. Akshra to render the prayer.
Namo Hari Antanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Vajayanam, Namo Lohe Savasahunam, Yesu Panchanamokaro, Sava Papa Vanashano, Mangalananje Savesam. Padamanghavai Mangalam, Padamanghavai Mangalam. Neerarum kadaludutha nilamadandai kelilozhugum, Seerarum vadanamenna thigal bharadar kandamidu. தெக்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடர் நல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறந்துணலும் தரித்தனமும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனெங்கே தமிழனெங்கே உன் சீலமை திறம் வியந்து செயற் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you. Now over to you, Akshra.
Good day all. Now may I invite Dr. S. Santoshmita, Head and Associate Professor of the Department of English Shift 1 to welcome the gathering.
A very happy morning to all of you and happy Women's Day, since the population is more of that of women over here. Distinguished guests, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the management and principal of Sri Shankarlal Sundarbai Shasun Jain College for Women, I heartily welcome you all to the International Conference on Rhetoric of Resilience, Impact of Trauma on Language, Memory and Cultural Narratives. A warm welcome to our guest, Dr. Annie Vimla D., Assistant Professor, Department of English, Faculty of Science and Humanities, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Katakalantur. I also welcome all the honored guests who are joining us online today. I heartily welcome our Vice Principal, Dr. S. Rukmani, for having joined us for this inauguration. It gives me immense warmth and great pleasure to grace all of your presence for this international conference. It gives me tremendous contentment to be presenting the welcome speech amongst the most esteemed personalities who have been adept scholars in their respective fields. Before we begin this international conference, I express my heartfelt gratitude to All India Forum for English Students, Scholars and Trainers, that is IFEST, for collaborating with us. We are grateful to each and everyone who have sincerely committed to this event to make it a success. This event would not have been possible without the support of each and every one present here. This two-day international conference held today and tomorrow on rhetoric of resilience, impact of trauma on language, memory, and cultural narrative aims to promote the interaction among researchers on a theme which is one among the various topics prevalent today. Trauma, as you all is as a new phenomenon, makes an interdisciplinary role for itself. It starts a movement to illustrate an episode of changing, the path of suffering and pain continues to reach to a point of knowledge and understanding. Considerably, literature has influenced the life of human being and empowered language to display the inner world of man. There is space for memories, introspection, retrospection, foreshadow, flashback, and awful remembrances that are colored by pain, wound, and trauma. The concept of trauma as a severely disruptive experience that profoundly impacts the self's emotional organization and perception of the external world. Trauma studies explore the impact of trauma in literature and society by analyzing its psychological, rhetorical, and cultural significance. As we are a part of the society, it is our responsibility to improve it, to make the results of our investigation and research on particular fields accessed globally. We have decided to publish selected papers which will be presented in this conference. I ensure that this event will be profitable and fruitful for everyone present here. Thank you, one and all. I heartily welcome everyone present here. Have a great discussion.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the tone of this conference with your words of encouragement. Now, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Shandini S., Assistant Professor, Department of English, Shift 1, to introduce our esteemed chief guests who hold a significant presence in their respective fields.
A pleasant morning to one and all present here. Let me begin by wishing every man and woman seated here and connected virtually a happy Women's Day. For I believe that if a man thinks like a woman, the world will be a better place. And if a woman thinks a little less like a man, the world would be a garden. On that note, I stand before you for a brief introduction of the speakers we would have the privilege to listen to during the two-day hybrid international conference. With due respect to the guest amidst us, I begin by introducing the keynote speaker. Dr. Dikri Amal Bozit is a dedicated academic professional with a strong background in English language teaching, research, and academic leadership. She holds a PhD in didactics and literature of English from the University of Beijing and an MA in applied linguistics from the University of Biskra. Dr. Bozit has a range of teaching experiences at various universities in Algeria. Currently, she is serving as the Dean of the Faculty of Letters and Languages at Elysee University Center. Dr. Bozit will be joining us virtually at 11:30 a.m. India time. I now present Dr. Annie Vimla, our first plenary speaker. Dr. Annie Vimla is an assistant professor of English at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattankulattur, Chennai. She completed her PhD research on Holocaust memoirs. Dr. Vimla has a strong research focus on Holocaust studies, trauma literature, feminism, cultural studies, and Dalit literature. Ma'am, I'm keeping your introduction concise as we will be delving into your session shortly with a formal introduction again. Moving on to the second plenary speaker, Dr. C.G. Akila is a freelance content and creative writer and corporate and communications trainer with over a decade-long experience in journalism, PR, corporate communications, writing, and publishing. She will be amongst us by noon. On day 2 of the conference, we will have the privilege of listening to our fourth plenary speaker, Dr. Manu Mangatu. He is a true king of all trades. He is an English professor, poet, author, MOOC content creator, UGC research project principal investigator, NET English trainer and mentor, research consultant and guide, publishing expert, chief editor, Agile International Journal, film critic, script writer, lyricist, visiting professor, translator, editor, and proofreader, and NAC member. And finally, our fourth plenary speaker, Dr. Vyamashi Shri. Dr. Vyamashi Shri is an assistant professor of the Department of English at Stanley College of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad, Telangana. She has over 10 years of teaching experience in various colleges and is a recipient of various awards and accolades. We will be delving into all their detailed introductions as and when they make their presentations. So we eagerly look forward to the sessions and are confident that the 2 days would be an enriching experience to the participants and organizers alike. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful introduction. We deem it our pleasure to announce the release of the e-abstracts of the research papers submitted by the scholars and academians of esteemed institutions from various places, including overseas. We request all of you to join hands and witness the e-abstract release.
Let's commence the first plenary session of the day.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். இங்கிலீஷ் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்ல தமிழ்ல பேசுறேன், அதுக்காக என்ன மன்னிக்கணும். என்னுடைய மொழி தமிழா இருக்கிறதால நான் தமிழ்ல பேசுறேன். ஒரு அழகான அருமையான முன்னெடுப்பு, நல்ல தலைப்பு. அந்த வகையில ஆங்கிலத்துறை 2 ஷிஃப்ட்டும் சேர்ந்து ரொம்ப அருமையா இதை முன்னெடுத்திருக்காங்க. அந்த கோஆர்டினேஷன் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு நல்லா தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும். ரிசீவ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சதுல இருந்து தொடர்ந்து இந்த அரங்கம் இத்தனை அழகா இருக்கு அப்படிங்கிறதே ரொம்ப பெரிய சந்தோஷம். இங்க வந்திருக்கிற அத்தனை பேருக்கும் எங்களின் மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகள். மேலும் எங்கள் கல்லூரியில் இது போன்ற புதிய புதிய தலைப்புகளில் ஆண்டுதோறும் பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கம் நடைபெறும் என்பதையும் சொல்லி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி.
to introduce our esteemed speaker for the session.
Yes, I'm honored to introduce the first plenary speaker, Dr. Annie Vimla. Dr. Annie Vimla is an assistant professor of English at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattankulattur, Chennai. She completed her PhD research on a study of visceral violence on women in select Holocaust memoirs. Dr. Vimla has a distinction as postgraduate English from Bharatidasan University and a first-class degree in undergraduate English from Holy Cross College. Her educational journey also includes successful completion of higher education at Christ the King Matriculation and higher secondary school. Dr. Vimla has a strong research focus on Holocaust studies, trauma literature, feminism, cultural studies, and Dalit literature. She has presented papers at various national and international conferences, showcasing her expertise in literary analysis and critical studies. Additionally, Dr. Vimla has received accolades such as gold medals in post-graduation and undergraduation, demonstrating her academic excellence. With this introduction, I hand over the session to Annie Vimla, ma'am, please.
We now invite Dr. S. Santosh Smita, Head and Associate Professor of Department of English, Shift 1, Dr. R. Shubha Jasmine, Head and Assistant Professor of Department of BA English, Shift 2, and Dr. N. Uma Maheshwari to come forward and felicitate our esteemed plenary speaker with a memento and a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Dr. Annie Vimla to take over the session.
So, a very good morning to all present here. On the outset, I would like to thank the institution, principal, vice principals, head, and the coordinators of this international conference and IFEST for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this conference. And before beginning my my lecture, since it's a very special day for all of us, I would like to dedicate this simple poem to you all. Come, let's flaunt our scars, for they shine like stars on our crowns. Come, let's celebrate our woes, for they were a tapestry of our irrepressible victories. Cheers to the most resilient sapiens on earth. Happy Women's Day to you all. So I'm happy again. I know the college outside is celebrating and we are here, but I tell you it's a very meaningful celebration that we all have because trauma and resilience is not something that to do with literature, but it also helps us learn our life better. So I think it's a meaningful exercise that you're here. And I believe we have UG students, Isma. So I'll make it easier for you, and we have small surveys. It will be quite interesting. I'm just going to tell you stories of what happened in Holocaust. So that is all. So I think we will move on to our next slide. So this is our topic for today's session. From carapacing silence to embracing resilience, genocidal trauma and memory in Holocaust. Next slide. So this is our content for today's session. I'll be introducing you to trauma studies and its current trend so that you will know you can use trauma theory for your future research. And we have a small survey for our better understanding of how trauma works. And then the key terms of today's session. I'll also give you the timeline for the history of Holocaust. From there, we will have a virtual trip to the camps. I have a lot of photographs for you to understand how the survivors survived the concentration camp. And then we have know how the submission and power works. We will have a small discussion on that. Then we will move on to the role of memory and resilience inside the camp and what happened outside the camp. And then we will also talk what is happening now after Holocaust. And from there, we end our session with questions. That's all for today. Yeah, the next slide, please. Okay, so trauma studies. So before letting you know what trauma is, let us see the origin. See, today it's we all think that it's a new beginning. It's flourishing field in English literature, but that's not true. If you want to see the elements of trauma, you can find that even in Greek literature. So Iliad by Homer, which was set during the Trojan War between Greeks and the Trojans, where you have lot of war, bloodshed, and you see pain, psychological trauma, all that. So from Greek literature, you have trauma. From there, we move on to realism and naturalism. When we talk about realism and naturalism, I would like you to introduce you to are romantic poets. I believe you all know Wordsworth, Keats, and all the other poets. Even they have the elements of trauma in their writing. Let us take Byron's Don Juan, or you can go to Wordsworth Prelude. There you can find elements of psychological trauma present. And then comes war literature. I believe you all know what a war literature is. War literature where they talk about the war, bloodshed, and death. Some poems that might include a strange meeting. And you also have another poem called Soldier. All of this comes under war literature. And you also have this novel, War and Peace. And then comes feminist writing, feminist literature. So with feminist literature, I would like you to introduce you to the genre called life narratives. What do you mean by life narratives? What is life narrative? Can anyone answer me? What is life narratives? Yes, autobiographical writing, very good. Autobiographical, biographical writings and memoirs, diaries, journals, all of that come under life narratives, because this is where you write about your own personal trauma, how you survived the trauma. All of that comes there. For feminist writing, one best example that I would give you is Beloved. And then comes psychoanalytical influences. This comes from Freud, and you have a lot of writings where they talk about the post-traumatic disorders. This you can see right from Shakespeare. I believe you all know Shakespeare. How many of you know his Macbeth? Mrs. Macbeth has sleepwalking, isn't it? Why? Why was she sleepwalking every night? Because of the trauma that she underwent, the psychological problem. And then comes Holocaust literature. This we will see in detail in the forthcoming slides. And then comes post-colonial literature, a very interesting field which is inclusive of all other literatures that are present today. One best example would be Dalit literature, where no, I would give Bama as the best example. How many of you have read Bama? Bama Sangati, very good. So when you read every pages, you will know how those people survived the domination that was forced on them by the higher class peoples. So that is post-colonial literature, and you also have slave narratives in post-colonial literature. And then comes medical humanities. Along with medical humanity is really very young field. All these people who want to pursue your research, you can actually do your research on medical humanities because it was least researched so far. And you also, I would like to add disability studies with that, where they talk about their own medical journey. One example that I can give you is Yuvraj Singh's memoir, where he talks about his journey from cancer, cricket, cancer, and back to cricket. So he talks about how he survived cancer. So you have a lot of examples of that sort. Can we move on to the next slide? Okay, so before giving you my presentation, presenting my ideas, I just want to know how you people, I just want to know the perception of your group. So we'll go with the first one. I think we have only one man in the whole gathering, but still we will go. I just want you to take out your mobile phones and answer these. Yes. They don't have it. Okay, fine. Okay, it seems that you are not allowed to use your mobile phones. I'm so sorry about it. But then the participants online, they can try answering this. But I believe we need not go to this since we are, in face to face. You can answer me. Let us move on to the next question. Okay. Now go back to the slide and then click on the second. Yeah, that. Okay. What is the most common response of a person to the discomfiture, like stalking, teasing caused by opposite gender? Now, just imagine you are in a bus and you have someone gazing at you for a longer period of time, or they are disturbing you in some way. What will be your response? Will you silently endure it and move away from that place? Or will you report it immediately? Or will you speak up against? How many of you go with the first answer? Silently, I'll move away from the place because I don't want to get into trouble. How many of you say yes to option 1? Please raise your hands. That is all. Okay, we have brave kids in the department. How many of you will report that to your parents? Oh my goodness. So you all have got good parents, loving parents, understanding parents. Good. Next one. How many of you will speak up against it? You'll go straight to his face and you'll ask him, what the hell are you doing? Good. Good. I'm so happy. We'll move on to the next slide. But people like me, they will definitely silently stay there. They'll accept it or they will run away from the place. You have people of that sort as well. Can you tell me the reasons? What could be the reason for that? See, number one is I'm afraid of my mother. She'll say, okay, stop going to school or stop going to college. Let's get married, she'll say. Or else I'm also afraid of the boy. Probably the next day he might come with acids. Everything is normalized in this world. So I'm afraid of all that. So you have this, and that is why most of the women are silent. Yes, they are very silent. They silently endure all that. Now, this silence, that is why if you check my previous slide titled Carapacing Silence to Resilience, we have a meaningful growth. we will talk about it in the upcoming slides. Maybe in the end, I'll talk to you about it so that you will have a better understanding. Can we go to the slide, the next slide? We need not go for the third one. Yeah. So today I'm going to introduce to the key terms. Trauma. I think ma'am had given you a better explanation of what trauma is. Trauma, the dictionary meaning goes telling us it's a wound or it's an injury. But then in the context of psychology, it's the emotional shock that you have. The next slide. This is from the theorist point of view. I just want you to remember three things. One is when the trauma is happening, just imagine you have a car accident. Let's say that is a trauma. When the trauma is happening, you will only think of surviving the trauma. Yes or no? You just want to live. You think of the survival, you come out of it, you go to hospital, you're staying in the hospital for say a month or two, and now you're fine. You want to go back to your work. And again, if they are bringing you the same car, 1 minute you will be startled. You'll think of whether you are supposed to get into the same car again. That is trauma. When the trauma is happening, you won't feel anything. But later you have belated and disrupted response. So you belatedly, after the trauma is over, you think of that. That is one. Second thing, you will never have the ability to articulate how you were traumatized. That is very difficult, and that is why we have post-traumatic disorders, and we have lot of psychologists flourishing today. So it is very difficult, and only a few people can articulate that properly. So have that in mind, and then comes resilience. See, resilience and trauma goes hand in hand. What is resilience? It's nothing but you bounce back, you come back after the adversity, or you try to have the strength to manage the adverse situation. That is what resilience is. So wherever there is trauma, I cannot promise you resilience, but resilience will not happen without trauma. So wherever there is trauma, you can always have this resilience coming hand in hand. And then the next slide. Okay, now we are moving on to our topic, genocide. Genocide, what is genocide? Destroying a specific group because of their religion or culture or ethnicity. You just see them, you don't want them in your place, so you just eradicate them from your place. It's actually a political event. It happens politically. The government orchestrates such genocides. If you take the history, Holocaust or whatever genocides you have so far, all of that are political events. Next slide. And then now we are coming to Holocaust. How many of you know Holocaust? One. Okay, we have good numbers. So extermination of 6 million Jews by the Nazis. We all knew that. But how did it happen? We are going to see that. And how people survived, we are going to see just that today. Next one. And the reason for anti-Semitism, it's quite interesting to know that anti-Semitism is a prejudice that we have against Jews. But what are the prejudice, or what are the false ideas propagated? Number one, it is believed that the Jews sacrifice human blood, and they are money grabbing, and they also use black magic. See, even today, if you take a survey, you find the Jews in the highest, the top richest people, and if you take the Nobel Prize winners, top 40 people, you will always have the Jews. We do not know how that is happening. When you do not know how people are successful for a longer period of time, we always pin such lies so that we can bring them down. So a few lies are these. One example that I would give you is Shakespeare's Shylock. I believe you all have read Merchant of Venice, where you have Shylock, the moneylender. How was he described? He was asking for no, not the money. How much flesh? Very good. So now that is how it is being narrated in the literature. being cruel, being money grabbing, being a miser. So this is just a literary example. Yes, thank you. The next slide. And here comes the carapacing or carapaced silence. We had a discussion on why women are silent. Yes. Why? Because if you are silent, you protect yourself from your parents, from the boy, from the society. Because now today the society, when something you go and say, this is happening to you, they'll first hand will be against you, telling that, what did you do? How did you dress? Such questions are there. So to avoid all that, you always protect yourself. How this tortoise has this outer shell, that outer shell is called carapace. So now you use this carapace, silence as a carapace around you. Even in Jewish, in the concentration camps, if you see, there are a lot of evidence of carapacing silence, which means protecting themselves from the shame and harassment with silence. So, yeah, this is the timeline. It starts from the rise of Nazi Party and it ends with Death March. Next slide. So, rise of Nazis, it happened around 1933. See, right after the First World War, Germany was defeated in First World War. As a result, now you have unemployment. And there are poverty, and women, they started aborting their fetus because they don't want to get into trouble. They don't want to invest their money on their children because they don't have. So it was of that situation where you have your Hitler coming on the screen, and he's a very impressive orator. And with his oration, he came to power. You know what are his promises? He promised the Germans that Germany is for Germans. At that point of time, you had a lot of Jews in Germany, and the Jews are flourishing. If you take any bank sectors or education sectors or anything of that matters, you always find the Jews in the rich area, in the high post. And then the Germans, either they are unemployed or they are under the control of the Jews. So now Hitler says, when I come to power, I will throw these Jews out of Germany so that we will enjoy the fruit of Germany. We will have all the employment and we will have all the place for us to live. So that was his promise. And people believed it, and people thought that it's a good idea. And therefore, he came to power. And then you have this Nuremberg Law. Now, the previous slide. Nuremberg Law. See, once he came to power, he made sure that he was sending all the Jews out. He said there shouldn't be any marriage between a Jew and a German. And if there is a marriage, then the German has become a Jew already, because he believed Germans, they are from Aryan race. So, and Hitler believed that Aryan race is superior. And he suggested and he propagated that the Jews are subhumans, or they have very spoiled, they are spoiling the purity of the Aryans. So you have that. Therefore, you have a lot of other ways of segregating them. Now, the first thing is, he said no music, no art, and no drama, no operas from the Jews. So all of that went into the hands of Germany. And then one fine day in the education system, he said, I'm going to send all the Jews out of schools and colleges. And all the writings of Jews were burnt. And then, Jews had separate hospitals. Jews were not supposed to go to the hospitals of Germans, and they had separate doctors. So in every possible ways, and then there were also streets. Now you remember how India was some 60 to 70 years ago. You had a street where the high caste people only go. A low caste man cannot go there. So that way, here also you have the Jews were not supposed to go to certain places. So there were so many restrictions. That is your Nuremberg Law. Next slide. And then Kristallnacht. This is again very interesting. At this point of time, you find the Germans sending all the Jews out. They were taken to ghettos, and most of the Jews were afraid of things happening in Germany, and they were fleeing away. The one young boy, he killed a Nazi in France. because he was so depressed because his parents were taken into a ghetto. So he killed a Nazi, and then there was a riot where the Nazi soldiers abolished a lot of synagogues. Synagogues is the prayer house of the Jews. No, lot of synagogues were burnt. Slide below one, and then their shops were broken. All the glasses were broken, and that night around 100 of Jews committed suicide. No, because they are afraid of being imprisoned by the Nazis. And then comes the beginning of World War II. As you all know, we have Britain and Britain, France, all these people, they were in one side, and then you have your Japan and Germany on the other side. Now Hitler invaded Poland, and that started the Second World War. So the next slide. When the outside world was busy with Second World War, so nobody paid attention to what was happening to the Jews inside the concentration camps. And you have ghettos. I believe you all could see what is there. They are called cattle cars. It is used to transport the cattle, but in those cattle cars, the Jews were taken to the camps. In a cattle car, say you can have around 15 horses. In that place, they took around 200 to 300 human passengers without proper food, without proper water and sanitation. They were taken for days together to the concentration camps. And can you go to the next slide? Yeah, Instagrouping is, I told you, Holocaust is nothing but, systematic killing of 6 million Jews. The first process is this. They just go to a place, they find Jews, they bring into a place, and they ask the Jews to dig a big hole for them to put the dead bodies. After digging, they will kill all those diggers, all the Jews, and then they bury them. So it's mass killing, mobile killing. You go from one village to other village and you choose a person you want to kill and you kill them. So that is the power the Nazis enjoyed. The next slide. Wannsee Conference is what? See, they always had one question, the Jewish question. Jewish question is, what are we going to do with the Jews? Because we don't want the Jews to be in our place. So what are we going to do? And the final solution was easy. Previously, they thought that they can take all the Jews to a faraway island called Madagascar, somewhere near France. But then you see, you are supposed to take around 6 million Jews you are supposed to transport. For that, you need water, food, and the transport. So the cost is so high. And then they were already in war, so nobody is accepting the idea. So they thought, okay, Jews are subhumans. They are not of any use to the society. They are more like a parasites. Why not we kill them? And the final solution is exterminating the Jews. And for that, they had gas chambers in the extermination camps. The next slide. And then comes the death march. See, around 1945, when the Second World War was ending, Germany was already losing, they want to hide or they want to destroy the evidence of this mass killing. So what they did, they started taking out the prisoners and they were taken in a long march. They need to walk. It was very snowy, and then they are supposed to walk without slippers. And during death march, around 1 million of Jews were dead because on the want of water and food. So that's how the Holocaust has its history. Next slide. And then this is going to be a very interesting part and also a very important part for the better understanding of trauma and resilience. So we will have a virtual trip. You see, the first image is all women, the second one all men, and they were clean shaven. Next image. That's the uniform. You also have this famous movie, A Boy in the Striped Pajamas. Okay, so though you have the uniform, and this is the shoe. See, the next in the last image is from a museum. They have stored all the real slippers used by the survivors. The first one is a wooden slipper. Imagine you walking on a wooden slipper. We'll talk about all this in the later part. Yes. And this is the room of the inmates. Now look at the bunks. In a place where only one can sleep, there are 4 to 5 people sleeping, and you cannot turn. If you turn and if you give some space, the next person will occupy the space. And once you are inside the bunk, you are not supposed to go out. So it was quite hard for them. The next slide. And I believe the first image is very decent and very neat. But if you read the memoirs, that's not true. The second one, I think you can imagine how people survived. So you just had holes. And imagine in one concentration camp, you have 30,000 to 40,000 women or men. Okay. And you have only 50 to 30 toilets, and they will give you a time, a break. And during that break, all those 30,000 should use this restroom. And they never clean the restroom. It happens rarely. And then you are supposed to stand in the queue to use the restrooms. Yeah, the next one. And the food rations, it is believed that in the morning they were given only black coffee, and in the evening they were given a soup along with bread, very low quality bread, and sometimes you rarely get cheese or jam like that. And they were not given any spoons or any cup for soup. These are the vessels they had. They smuggled it somewhere, or they found it somewhere, and that's how they used it. And the middle one is how they provide food for the prisoners. Yeah, the next slide. To talk about the punishments, we will talk about that in detail. The first slide is how they have the full power to shot anyone they want, to flog anyone they want. And then the next punishment is you have, it's a wired camp, and in the wired camp you have all these women or men, they go and hang themselves. They try to commit suicide, but then the power was not enough to take away their life, and then they were allowed to stay there alive. Between life and death, they stay there for a longer period of time, and then they die. So that's how it is. And then I just want to bring some pictures of medical experiments. I couldn't find any properly, so that I just brought in the special interest that Germans had on the twins and on troughs. I will talk about that also in later. Okay, now I just showed you the pictures, but you know how this, how Nazis had such power to, cruelly, to be so inhuman. So the first thing is, I think you all knew how Foucault talks about power. See, when you have power, how will you show your power? When you dominate, people understand that your power. Just take your class representative. What does she do? When you are talking, she raises her voice and she says, I'll inform our tutor. And then that's how she dominates you. She shows her power. And then that's only an example. And then comes the punishment. So how does the teacher shows her power? When you don't submit your assignments on time, she keeps informing. And one point of time, she says, you'll be marked 0. Or if you keep talking, when she sends out, that's how she shows her power. And then because of all these punishments, you are afraid of all those punishments, and then you submit. Finally, you say, yes, I write my assignment and submit it to you. Or you say, okay, I'm not going to talk, I'll listen, whatever you say. So that's how the power works. And then abuse of power was legalized. Fortunately or unfortunately, all the Nazis were given power to abuse their power. They can kill anybody they want. It is like, do whatever you want with the Jews, but in the end, I want all the Jews to be dead. That was the instruction given. And then banality of evil, it's again a theory from Hannah Arendt, where she says, see, you take any hospitals for that matter. When you go and say that you have fever, what do? They ask you to take blood test, urine test, and all the other tests possible. And they say you're supposed to stay on bed for a day so that the reports might come. And till that you will be having your IV or whatever. So you'll just go with 100-degree or 1 or 2-degree fever, and then you pay, in thousands, and you come back. Yes or no? Why is that happening? If you have a doctor, and if you know a doctor, and you ask him, why are you doing such thing? He will say, it is not necessary at all, but my institution is asking me to do so that they can run their business. So he says, what am I to do? That's the question he asks. The same is happening here with the Nazis. The Nazi says, my boss, my Hitler, my hero, they believe that the Nazis believe that Hitler is their hero. So they say, see, now he is asking me to eradicate Jews from the very face of the earth. Now he is asking me to kill them, and I'm killing them. I'm just doing my duty. It's my business. That's how they said, and that is banality of evil. If you want to read about it, you can go and check on the internet. You have better writing of Hannah than whatever I see. And then comes the Joy Sons by Zizek. This is again, you see, we all have the super ego. Who is super ego? We have it, ego and super ego. Super ego is it's more like a moral leader in us. Yes or no? Now the moral leader will tell you, don't use the mobile phone, or don't bring mobile phone to the college, as the college says. But what do? You suppress the idea and you bring it anyway. Yes. The same happens here when the Nazis, when they are inscribing pain on the Jews, they know that it is wrong. But they suppress that moral idea, and then they start enjoying the power that they have over the Jews. You understand? See, the power of beating. Now, this is very common even in our society. You have a lot of news of such sort, where police has the power to humiliate the prisoners, or to do whatever they want with the prisoners. So that is, you derive pain from the pleasure of the person next to you. So that is Judaism. You have again in your Holocaust. And then the next slide. Now the submission. We had a virtual trip. We will have a talk about that here. Wiping of their identity. See, once they enter the camp, they come as a family, and nobody says what will happen to them in the future. Once they enter the camp, the Nazis would say they will divide the women from men, and the children and the old people were immediately taken to the gas chambers because they are of no use. See, if you're healthy, if you're young, you can work for the German companies. What can I do with the old people and the young children? They are only a burden. So they were taken straight to the gas chambers and they are burnt alive. And then men and women are separated. You know how they are separated? How a healthy woman is, or a healthy man is identified. You have this doctor, you have so many doctors. One example is Dr. Mengele, Joseph Mengele. You know what he does? He will order the Jews to strip naked. All men and women should remove all their clothes and stay naked. They are supposed to walk naked, and he will look at the body, and he will say either the person to go right or left. Right, you will go to the work camp. Left, you go to the gas chamber. So now imagine we all come from a educated society. And when I told you, when we were talking about Jews, I also told you that they are very rich, educated. They are from the from the every walk of, like, say, many doctors you had, lawyers. And imagine doctors and lawyers, all educated people were forced to remove their clothes and stay naked in front of hundreds of Nazis. You can't do it. And when you say no, they will start beating you. That's the punishment. Now you understand the Foucault's chain in the previous slide. Power is you dominate. When you beat, I'm supposed to submit. If not, I'm supposed to get the pain. So they all stripped naked. And that's how, that is actually a cultural shock for the Jews, especially for the women. So they are separated from the family, and then their head is shaven. Imagine we are asked to shave our head. Will not come out of our house. Yes. But then these people, they are supposed to stay that way. It's not just their head, the whole body hair is removed. And then their dress and shoes. See, they all had bags of good dresses, but when they came here, they just gave them the uniform so that you don't have your identity. When your hair is removed, you're probably like, we all look alike. There won't be much difference. And then no prayers, no religious ceremonies. You cannot have your prayer shawl, and you cannot have your holy scriptures. All of that are removed. And then the harsh environment. You saw the rooms, how no suffocating it is. And then no clean toilets and bathrooms. They rarely clean the toilets, and for that they used only the priest, the nun, the sisterhood, people who are in their sisterhood. And then you have your doctors. All these people were used for cleaning the toilets. And then they are also malnourished. Imagine just living with a cup of black coffee and a soup. That's not enough, and they were always hungry. And severe punishments. Punishments, as I told you, it was no, I cannot tell you this is the punishment, because whatever comes to their mind, that becomes the punishment. So it was very severe punishments they had. Next slide. And also, this dehumanization is very important. When you are believed that you are humiliated, you are dehumanized. Now, after dehumanizing, it will become easy for the dominator to dominate you even more. See, tattooed with numbers. How would you like to be called? We always want to be called with our name. What if you are called as numbers? Of course, when teachers take attendance in most of the colleges, I see they call with the numbers. Number one, yes, present, ma'am. But what if I'm calling you outside the campus? Number one, where are you going? Will you like it? But the same happened for these people. They should answer when their number is called, and they also had long roll calls where you are supposed to answer for your call. And then treatment of the inmates. When you went through the images, I believe you understood how harsh it was for them. And then the medical experiments. This is again very inhuman, because they take all the twins and they made a lot of experiments trying to understand how twins are produced in the womb. They could never find an answer, but only God knows how such things are happening. And then they know one ridiculous or nasty experiment that I could tell you is this. Again, I'll talk about Joseph Mengele. He took around 50 sick people from the hospital, and then he put them on the sun without food and water, just to have the experiment of knowing how long this 50 almost dead people can survive sun. So it was very nasty and very ridiculous, but since they had the power, they did anything with the Jews. And the death rate, for almost every day you have thousands and thousands of Jews dying, and they don't have proper burials. Once the Jew is dead, the dead body is led to decay. So inside the camp, you always have the dead bodies, the decaying smell, blood, the excrement smell, sweat, and the gas chambers, the smoke from the gas chambers. So this is what you can see in the camps. And then you also have no connection with the real world, because you are in the wired camps. You are never sent out. You will not have any news from the outside world. And you also always live in the fear of death. For women, it is fear of death as well as fear of sexual harassment. It was very frequent, and if you're beautiful, they will take you. Anytime they want, they take you in the broad daylight. They'll even gang rape, and then they kill. So it was very cruel inside the camp. And then the camp routine. The camp routine is very simple. You sleep for 5 to 6 hours, and then you keep working. And when your number is called, when the roll call bell rings, you're supposed to go and stand there for long hours. So all of this made the Jews to submit them to the authorities. The next slide. Here comes our resilience. So role of memory and resilience inside the camp. I believe you understand what how people surviving inside the camp. Now, documentation. Inside the camp, no pen and pencils are allowed. No education was allowed because children were directly taken to the gas chambers. They smuggled papers. Now, when they come, they had um, all jewels like diamonds and pearls. They had somewhere hidden. Some people even hid those things in their private parts, especially women, and then they took it to the concentration camp, and then they sold that, and then most of them got pen, pencil, and they started writing whatever happened inside the camp. And that way they also risked their life, and they were determined to tell, see, when they were beaten to death, when there is something too harsh is happening, they always told themselves that they will have this in their memory. They will imprint all such things in their memory so that once they are freed, they will go out and they will let the world know. So they were so determined that they will tell this to the world. And then the past memories. Earlier, they had a happy life, they had a normal life, and whenever they get time, they talk about that normal life. They talk about the food they prepare. See, the hunger that you face today when your time of lunch moves from 1 to 3, that it's not that hunger. This hunger they had for years together, and therefore they always talk about the receipts that they have, and they also have imagination invitations for their friends, calling them to their home, telling that I'll prepare you dinner. And they also, it's a kind of drama, a kind of a simple act, but then that gave them the strength and hope. They believed, okay, this will happen for sure, and when I am out of this camp, I'll definitely going to invite you. They had that in their mind. And then the resistance, it's not just they submitted. There are few people who also resisted it. For example, they smuggled gunpowders, and they even bombed a gas chamber, and then a few tried to escape the camp, a few but 100% I would tell you, nobody could escape the camp. It was very rare, and even if you escape the camp, they will somehow find you and they will kill you. Next slide. And then art. Now, art is when they smuggle paper and pen, a few artists who are capable, they just started drawing the image of what happened inside the camp. A Nazi killing or flogging say a Jew, of such arts. But when it is found, both the art and the artist are destroyed. And then they also had drama and poetry, and poetry, they wrote poetry, poems of freedom and poems of how they were humiliated, of love and other things. And then camp doctors also play a vital role. They save thousands of lives with life. See, if you have typhoid, they will say that this person is normal. If a person is diagnosed with typhoid or fevers of that sort, they were immediately taken to the gas chambers. But then doctors would lie. They say that this person is normal, and then they send the person to work. And then if you're pregnant, you're definitely sent to the gas chambers because you're bringing in another Jew. Their plan is to eradicate the Jews so that they don't want another Jew being born. So all doctors, they try to terminate the pregnancy so that the woman would survive. And then healthcare out of nothingness. You know what happened if you have rashes, or if you have any skin disease, they use the jam, the migraines, as medicine. They just applied it, and the doctors told the Jews that you will be all right, and they were also healed from such skin diseases. And relationship, see, this is why I called women as the most resilient sapiens on earth. It is proved in research, and it's proved in Holocaust as well. Because when you see the sisterhood that they had inside the love, inside the concentration camp, is very, very unique. And such friendship you cannot see with the men. That's why most of the men perished. But you had a lot of women survive because you have the support system. When you are sick, I'll be like, hey, you'll be okay, come, let us work. If not, we'll be dead. So when I say that, you have the energy to come. And when you're sick, and I'm able to cover it up for you. So that's how the camp worked. and strong bond of friendship, and you also have beautiful love blooming in inside the camps. If you read such stories, you'll be thrilled to know how capable these Jews are, because no, they are in the hardship, but then they are also capable of having all these normal human feelings, and they were also strong, very strong in such relationships. Many of them got married when they were freed. Now, no, we will stay in the previous camp. Now, all of this I'm calling as resilience. Now, just try to see this. When I write poetry, or when you play, when you listen to music, or when you sing, what happens? Your stress is relieved. You feel happy. So, I might be slapped by my Nazi soldier, by my Nazi leader, or I'm hungry, but then I sing and then I'm happy. That's how they survived. You see, all of this, or the hardship that they had, but then they were able to overcome that with the little amount of hope that they had in them. And that hope is what I call as resilience. They are the next slide. So now, role of memory and resilience after freedom. What happened? So inside they survived, they had friendship, they had people. So they cry and then they come back to life. They survived somehow. What happened after freedom? They started writing. Inside the camp, it was a very secret thing. They found it very difficult. But once they are free, everybody started writing. They wanted the world to know the horrible things that happened inside the camp, and that way, it's more like a therapy for them. So that is resilience. And then the Nuremberg trials. You remember the Nuremberg law, where the Jews were segregated from the Germany. Now, this is where they brought in all the Nazi soldiers to trials, to the court. And then you have one example is they had, but one thing here you need to understand is whenever they had trials, they were like, excuse me, thank you. Most of them would say that it was not them because they didn't have enough proof for that. But however, there were 24 high-ranking Nazis, out of which 12 were immediately put to death. So they also had that punishment, but most of them committed suicide like Hitler. And then building Israel. So they came to the displaced person camps, and there they started building their nation. And they also had the post-traumatic disorder, like a woman who was in Israel after freedom. She was happy, but then she delivered a baby, and then the post-traumatic disorder came in. She started crying, asking the doctors not to kill her baby, because exactly the same thing happened inside the camp when she delivered a baby in the camp. Dr. Mengele killed her baby. The way he killed, he just took the baby, and he just asked the nurse not to give any food or milk or water to the newborn baby, just to see how long the baby could survive. And the baby survived 9 days, because the doctors or nurses, they never listened to the Nazis, because all of them are Jews. They gave some water and the baby survived 9 days. And after the 9th day, they decided, okay, if your baby is going to live, Mengele would kill the mother and the baby. So it is okay to let the baby go, so that at least the mother can survive. So the nurse herself killed the baby, just to make this woman alive. So now she came back to Israel. She had a love marriage. She married, and when she had the baby, she had the episode coming later. You see, when she was around, say, 1945, her baby was dead inside the camp. But around 1950, she had the post-traumatic disorder taking place, and she kept crying. And no, it's just one example, but you have a lot of such examples. Next. Okay, it's not just that. They didn't stop there. They were also rising. See, they started building Holocaust memorials, and they were against all inhumane things that were happening. So most of them raised their voice for human rights and for education. And you also have memorials. United States Holocaust Memorial Museum is a very famous museum where again you also have a lot of pictures, and you will have better understanding of Holocaust. And then comes the relationship. See, when they were inside the camp, especially women, they stopped menstruating because of the because of the malnutrition. So they all had this question: what will happen to my future? Even if I am freed, will I be able to have a family? Will I be able to raise a family, raise children? So they had such questions, and most of them they had problems as well. But you also had the doctors survived, and these doctors helped no, the young girls, and they all got married. And those who lost their life inside the camp, say the girl might be alive, but their husband must be dead, or the husband is alive and the wife is dead, but they all remarried. They married, they remarried, they had children, and even today you have that legacy. Next slide. Is this the next one? Okay. So now, why silence and resilience? You see, I was talking to you about how people were asked to strip naked, and so many of the women were raped, and you have a lot of such things. Now, imagine when we are unable to voice the least discomfiture that we face in today's life, how they can proclaim what happened to them, to the society. And especially at that point of time when a woman is survived, they always believed that they traded themselves for their life. They traded sex for life. That's how they believed at that point. So especially when it comes to women, they were more silent, so that they don't say to the world that they are a Holocaust survivor. They just come, they just live a life without telling you their history. Even they don't tell their history to their children, for their families, uh, only because they want to protect themselves from the shame and humiliation of the from the society. Yes, the next slide. Does it end there? No. The answer is no, because you have second generation writers. Imagine I'm a Holocaust survivor, and I have this post traumatic disorder, and I was hungry for years together. Do you think I will allow my child to waste food? There are a lot of memoirs from the second generation writers where they talk about all this. Even the food that is spoiled, where the children are forced to eat that, because once their parents, they were without food, and they used to hide food from their own children. They will always have apples or fruits or bread under their bed, because they always fear that they might go without food. So that's how they had this post-traumatic disorder. Because of that, their children also suffered, and most of the children, they only learned that their parents are Holocaust survivor at a later point of time. When their mother is around 90, she'll be talking about what happened in her 20s. So that's how most of the children came to know. So once they knew, be it their second generation writers, today we also have the third generation writers who come to Germany, who go to Auschwitz just to see the place, to know where to just gain some knowledge of their parents or their ancestors. So you have all that being written today, and you have lot of fictions and dramas and all that written today on Holocaust. And post memory is again one important theory that is related to Holocaust, where the second generation writers and third generation writers, just by listening to the stories, just by listening to their parents, or by seeing the photographs, they imagine that it's not just their parents' agony, but it's their own. They treat that they themselves survived Holocaust. That's how you have the legacy of Holocaust even today. And you also have a lot of movies. Yeah, the next slide. This is for your further reading on trauma and resilience. Next slide. This is on Holocaust. Saul Friedlanders, you have the history. Both of them are history. And then if this is a man and night, both of them are memoirs. You can download them as PDF and you can read. Yeah, that is all. Any questions? Sorry, ma'am. Any questions, children? Yes, ma'am. Um, okay. To be frank, I wanted to do my research on Dalit literature, but then this is my guide's area. She just asked me to read a few memoirs, and I happened to read a memoir by Dr. Pearl called I Was a Doctor in Auschwitz, where she talks about how she survived Holocaust and how she helped other women. Because, men, they were always able to smuggle food. So they have apples, potatoes and all that. They come to the restroom, which happened to be the love nest for them, and they exchange sex for apple. For one apple they exchange sex. That, so it was so cruel for them. And at that point, this woman, Dr. Pearl, she somehow understood those people, because they are trying to survive another day. So she understood that, and she also gave them a moral support, and she happened to terminate 2000 pregnancies in the night. They take the pregnant woman to the bathroom, and you don't have any equipment. She just terminated it with her hands. No, it was quite difficult. And when I read the pages, I was moved with tears. And then it doesn't stop there. In the end, when she wanted to commit suicide, she didn't commit suicide. She came back, and she became a doctor again in New York, and she made a lot of research on pregnancy and all that, and she helped so many women after coming out of the camp. So it was so moving and it was so inspiring. If in such situation women can survive and come out and be a light, a bright shining star, it was so inspiring. So I thought this is my area. So that's how it's a chance, ma'am. If you're not going to ask questions, then I'll ask questions. I'm also a teacher, so I can ask questions.
I actually felt the presentation was in so many ways making us empathize or exactly feel what was happening in Holocaust. Because like we experience it through movies and we've seen it in books now and then. But then your presentation actually made most of us feel Holocaust. And then it sort of also brings in us the sense of how women have inspired and also been able to bring the best of humanity out, right? So
Yes.
I thought I should record my comments on that. And as an extension, I'm just going to ask you this one question. Like, we see a lot of these traits even now, right? Like,
Yes.
some of these things that we've talked about Holocaust, they are patterns and they are recurring themes, not only as bad things but also good things that we see in the society. Now, would you actually like maybe say one thing that you think is a takeaway for all of us, so that we also can be such inspiring people to others?
Yes, sure. Thank you, sir. I don't want to talk to you about wars or anything that is political. Let's talk about our home. Let's talk about the women in our home. what happens to your mother? Or let us say, let's talk about the movies or the Tamil series that you watch today. What happens to all these women? Who is a good mother in law or who is a good daughter in law? Who's a good daughter in law? Tell me. I should get up at 4 o'clock, cook for all of you, and make sure that my husband is fed, my children are good, and I also need to press my mother-in-law's leg if that is needed, if she is in pain. And what else? And then finally, if you want to get educated, they'll say no. You'll be like, okay, I want to be a good daughter-in-law. That's enough. And then finally, you need to fight for your education. You need to fight for your freedom. And then in some cases, you also have the worst mother-in-laws, all monsters you have. Yes, in a series, not in real life, in series. Yes, ma'am. Forgive the people, those who do harm to us. That is also added. Yes, exactly, ma'am. Yeah, that is also a form of resilience. What happens then? And you also, in most cases, you have husbands. You will be educated. You know what is right and wrong. But you should be like, yes, sollunganga, saringa. You go that way. Because that way you become good wife. Yes. Now, this is domination. Now, who is dominating you? The society. The society says, if you wear sari, you're a good girl. If you're showing your thigh, no, she is not fit for the family. Yes or no? So this is the societal setup. You have some norms unwritten, no, written, but not in the legal books. But then you are supposed to follow it. If you are not following it, then you are being dominated. And you also see, apart from jokes, if you look at the real life, there are so many women who, endure physical abuse from their husbands. They beat. And when you go to your mother's place, what do your mother say? Husbands will beat. That's how they show their love. Go enjoy. Yes or no? Today the world is different. I'm supposed to tell that as well. Today you beat them back. In no 10 years of time, you will have how men survived the marriage. You sure you will have that in the future. But presently, why are you asked to go through all that? Why are you said that it is your duty to endure such assaults? That is where you're supposed to, that is where you're silent. And when you come to a marriage, you will never give no, you will never talk ill of your husband. Yes, when you are in a family, your husband must be beating you the last night, and the next day, yeah, husband mari yarume illa. You say that to save yourself from humiliation. What if I go and say, yeah, my husband beats me? If I say that, do you think I'll have respect from my family? No. For that reason, you endure that silently. This is where you carapace silence, and I want you to break that silence. It's enough. It's done with your mother and your grandmothers. If your husband is beating, what are you supposed to do? Beat him back, or you beat first. Let him understand that we have the power too. Yes, we are not fragile anymore. That is why if you see the movies, take all the movie songs, Melliname, Ni Poo Madri. That's not true. You are as strong as man. So make sure that you are also financially independent, because that is the place where you give up. A good daughter-in-law should stay home. You stay home and you should look at your husband or your father for money. So when you're financially independent, I believe you won't be having this carapacing silence at all. You are actually, this resilience is inborn. That is why after giving birth, you are normal. You walk, you take care of your children, and you have your life. So resilience is something that is inborn. But this carapacing silence, I want you to get away with that. I hope I answered your question, sir. He's worried about his future now. Yes, any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Um, should I answer frankly, ma'am? Yes, I take yes as an answer. This is the stage where I can talk about it. No, I know a lot of women who don't even have their ATM card with them. Their ATM cards are with their husbands. And if you want money for a train or say for auto, you're supposed to ask your husband. It is there, ma'am. But I think we should break that. We are supposed to say, if I'm going to earn, then that's my money. You have your money, I have my money. If you are really in love, let us call that as our money and we will do it together. If not, I don't think that that's a proper marriage. Then I will suggest asking them to come out of that. I'm not going to talk about that. But then have this in mind. If you're financially independent, the meaning is you have money in your hand. Don't think that you're a good wife when you give your ATM card to your husband. Yes, ma'am. Um, that happens when you say no in the first place. You see, you don't like wearing saris, and your husband says that you look how beautiful in saris, and occasionally you wear sari, that's fine. But every day he is asking you to wear saris at home. You must tell him or you must make him understand that you are uncomfortable in sari. That's the first step. When you make him understand, when you say yes, yes, yes for so many things that he is asking you, then in the end, he will only expect that. In the very first day, you should make him understand that you are an individual. You have your own wishes and desires. So when you make him understand that, he'll be okay. But if he is, going to force you to do such things, I don't think that marriage works. You need not be the sacrificer in the marriage. Okay. I understand that. Maybe you bring in your family to make him understand, but hitting is a violence. You are not supposed to stay with such violent human. You are an individual. The way you respect him, he is also supposed to respect you. So that's how it works. Yes, ma'am.
How are
How are Jews navigating the post traumas now when they are constantly under attack for recreating imperialist regime?
Yeah. They see some 40 to 60 years back, the scenario is different. But today, they want to have their rights. Once they were silent, now they don't want to be silent because they know what happened when they were silent and when they were submissive. So today they want to withstand the war. They want to, it's not that they are in their post trauma, they have come out of it and they are now they are far away from Holocaust now, but the memories are still there, but they don't want to repeat the same history. That's why they are fighting, I would say. Yes, ma'am.
Still behave the same way as though they are still in the camp even after they are outside
Yes,
the camp.
ma'am.
Will they not think like they are like this is after the Nazis will be killed, like punished? So then won't they understand
Like we are no longer in that situation, and won't they not behave like that?
Exactly, ma'am, you're right. But the thing is, that is not a conscious act. It's involuntary. They themselves do not know why they are behaving that way. So that is what psychological trauma, post trauma is. It is not happening because they knew what they are doing. Unconscious. And then no, I'm sorry. The question is because I didn't end the story completely. And then the next day, she understood how she behaved. She asks her husband and she cries, telling that I was crying the other day. I was asking you not to take my baby away. She says, you will also understand the reality. But then it's like, no, unconsciously you involuntarily you do that because of the trauma. The trauma was huge. What you and I have today is not trauma at all. Even an accident, you cannot compare that with Holocaust. So what they had is entirely different, and they need such space and such responses so that they can have a better life in the future.
So they will not be in their senses.
Not like that. It's involved. And at some point of time, they will understand, they will realize, and they will come out. Sometimes they always have this fear hanging around. They try their level best to be a normal human because what they survived is huge. So they try, and then most of them, no, they far exceeded. Few they had that in their own, and hundreds of survivors, even after freedom, they committed suicide because they don't want to live. They felt like, okay, my brother is dead, my family is dead and gone. Why should I no live? And then they committed suicide. That has also happened. So it is not that they wanted to do it. I believe I answered you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, children. And thank you, teachers.
I would like to thank Dr. Annie Vimala for the informative session on genocidal trauma and memory in the Holocaust. This session paved us a way to have a better knowledge about the topic and also to explore in this particular field. I would also like to add that carapace silence to embracing silence is really opt, especially on Women's Day. Ma'am, your insights have truly enriched our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a break to refresh ourselves. For the paper presenters and staff members, refreshments are served outside the seminar hall. We will join you for the keynote address at 11:15 a.m. Participants are requested to assemble here on time. Thank you.
the need to introduce the keynote speaker of the day.
Welcome back to everyone. I now introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Adikra Amal Boazid. He's a dedicated academic professional with a strong background in English language teaching, research, and academic leadership. Holding a PhD in didactics and literature of English from the University of Beijing, with concentrations in didactics, ICT, civil education, and French. She has a keen interest in enhancing learners' engagement and conversational skills. Her MA in applied linguistics from the University of Biskra focused on the impact of out-of-classroom learning activities on EFL learners' conversational skills. With a range of teaching experience at various universities in Algeria, include Beijing, Bachna, and Biskra, Dr. Dikras has demonstrated expertise in areas such as English for academic purposes, English for specific purposes, and research methodology. Currently, she serves as the Dean of the Faculty of Letters and Languages at Elise University. She continues to contribute to the field through her research publications and active involvement in academic committees and journals. Dr. Boyce's commitment to education, professional development, and community engagement shines through her diverse experiences and contributions in the field of English language education. With this, I hand over the session to Dr. Boyce. Ma'am.
Thank you so much, dear colleague, for the introduction. Much appreciated. To begin with, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and all of those who gathered today for this critical conversation on rhetoric of resilience, it is a profound honor, to be honest, to stand before you here today virtually and to open this conference. The theme we explore, which is the impact of trauma on language and memory and cultural narrative, is as timely as it is profound. Well, trauma in its many forms leaves deep imprint when it comes to us as individuals or as part of a community. Special thanks goes to all members of the organizing committee, scientific committee, technical team, and the audience who are with us both face-to-face and virtually. I'd like to start by delving into a specific, let's say, space where the force of my research theme goes. My research theme is entitled Exploring Post-Independence Linguistic Trauma, a Multidisciplinary Perspective in the Algerian Context. For Algeria, to begin with, I'm going to assume that some people know Algeria and some do not, and therefore I need to give some sort of, let's say, an overview about the country. Well, for Algeria, independence happened in 1962. And marked a great shift. Yet, liberation often carries its own burdens. And the legacy of I would rather call it the negative legacy of the French colonialism left deep linguistic scars when it comes to Algerians as individuals, as a society, as well as a country. So French at the very beginning became the language of the administration, the language of education, the language of society advancements, and so on and so forth. And by French becoming the dominant language at that time, the oppression, if I may call it this way, the oppression of indigenous languages, original languages, has been wiped out of the earth. And as we all know, culture, language, identity all work in parallel, which means if I do not have a language, I do not have culture. If I do not have culture, I do not have language and therefore identity. And to highlight the main, let's say, goal of the French colonizer is to wipe the Algerian identity out of the earth, which we will see later on when we are talking and reading some of the literature of the Algerian writers at the time. So my research explores this phenomena, the trauma of linguistic displacement, through a multidisciplinary lens. In this research, I aim to understand and highlight at the same time different memories, silenced voices, as well as continue to impact what is happening in Algeria currently and at that time as well. Well, the conference brings together a number of experts, and it's been a pleasure listening to you all. I've been here from the very beginning. I enjoyed every session and every speech, and therefore I'd like to highlight that each voice added a vital thread to a complex story of how trauma manifests itself in language, memory, and the narratives we construct as cultures together. We can delve into the intricate ways that resilience flourishes despite, and I repeat, despite, and often in response to trauma. We can explore how language becomes a tool for healing. At the same time, it could be maybe difficult to overcome trauma via different perspectives. And it could also for reclaiming silenced narratives, because we're seeking to both cover and uncover what would be the impact of language on trauma and vice versa. For foreign future where all voices can be heard, it could be maybe in terms of the quality of the country and the placement of the country in terms of continents, because some countries are luckier than the others, and some are just oppressed. And we can say that at this exact time, unfortunately, 2024, and we still see oppression, and we still see things that we're not supposed to see as human beings. The bottom line is, I'm very grateful to be among you here, and if you guys ready, I am ready to delve into the research directly. All right, let's get into it then. I'm hoping my presentation is visual to you all, and I'm going to directly start the presentation. Moving on. All right, so to begin with, I'd like to outline everything that is included within our research today. Number one, we're going to start by identifying key terms. And in this case, we're going to identify the key terms relevant to the research in hand. We're also going to see as number two, the story of the North African regions, of course, because in this case, when we talk about Algeria, we talk about Algeria as part of the entire continent, and then part of a specific region. And for those who do not know where Algeria is located, it is precisely located in North Africa. We are Africans. And number three, we're going to talk about linguistic trauma and landscape and identity at the same time, eras and the shifts of linguistic folks, of different writers and different thinkers and scholars of Algeria. Four, we're going to tackle interdisciplinary approaches to understanding Algerian linguistics shift. And we're going to talk about productivity and how the content was created at the time. And finally, future of languages in Algeria, we're going to tackle some future recommendations, and we're going to tackle the different reforms that has been happening in Algeria in regards of languages. So, as previously mentioned, number one is key terminology. To begin with, dear audience, it is important to identify the key terms relevant to the research in hand. First, we need to ask ourselves, what does linguistic trauma stand for? Although it's not widely recognized in terms of academia, and precisely in academic literature, it could be understood as a form of psychological and or emotional distress related to language use language loss, or language change. The reason why I use the three different types of language in this case, which is use, loss, and change, is that this is exactly what happened in Algeria precisely. So it could manifest due to various reasons, such as forced language shift, suppression of one's native language, or the consequence of colonization and imperialism, which often involves the imposition of a dominant language and the marginalization of indigenous languages. The concept can actually draw from both psychological perspective on trauma, because when we talk about trauma and when we talk about something that is happening psychologically and emotionally, we directly shift into thinking, oh, this is psychology, oh, this is not language related, this is not literature related. Unfortunately, everything is related in our field, and you can find the link and the bridge between the different let's say disciplines, and in this case we can involve distressing experiences that overwhelm an individual's ability to cope in this case, because when we talk about psychology, we talk about the individuals within. And when we also tackle the sociolinguistic perspective in this case, which consider the implication of language conflict and the shift on individuals and community. So in this case, what we're going to talk about, we're going to focus on individuals as individual human beings, and then we're going to talk to also tackle individuals as a part of the entire community. So linguistic, pardon, let me just go back. All right, where were we? So I was saying linguistic trauma, in precise terminology, refers to the negative impact of an individual or community's language due to historical, social, political factors. In the Algerian context, the post-independence period has seen significant linguistic change and challenges, because change is one thing and challenge is another. When we talk about the change, it could be positive and it could be negative. But when we talk about the challenge, it's something that you need to overcome. It's let's think about it as a struggle that you need to go through multiple steps into raising to the level you wish to, or the goal you wish to achieve. So in this case, this multidisciplinary study aims to explore the complexities of linguistic trauma in Algeria, examining in particular its historical roots, sociopolitical influence, and psychological implications. By taking a holistic approach, of course, this research seeks to shed light on the enduring effects of linguistic trauma and contribute to a deeper understanding of its consequences on individuals and collective identities. I'd like also to highlight something. When we talk about identity, we also talk about individuals' identity and the shared identity. Because as human beings, we have independent identities that we keep to our own. This is mine. And then we have the community's identity. The community's identity, what is common between a number of group of people, sometimes society, sometimes just a group of people sharing a specific type of identity that they project themselves into. It's most likely common characteristics, common, let's say, mindset and common schools of thoughts, if I put it in its very simplest description. Now, moving on to the next, which is the story of North Africa. And ladies and gentlemen, I am here to tell you a story. So eyes wide open, listen very carefully. In early days, I need you to understand that in Algeria, the very native indigenous people of Algeria were called Berber. Some people called them Vikings. Some people compared them to Vikings, actually, and they said Berber and Vikings are from the same family tree. However, the exact name was Berber. And they were located and populated in the Great Maghreb. And what is identified as the Great Maghreb right now is North Africa, which includes Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco, Libya, Mauritania, and so on and so forth. So we've got the North African Maghreb region. They were living in peace, happily ever after, as they hoped. And then one day, multiple groups of people decided that they needed to invade this heavenly area. But later, these invasions started with the Greek, number one. And I'm only going to state like the top invasions because the region has gone through different types of invasions and different types of races who tried to invade this exact place, which is Algeria, known now as Algeria. We lost count. At some point, we just lost count. All right. So as I was saying, the invasion started by the Greeks and the Romans, who occupied their territories for a very long time. For this exact moment, we still have Roman ruins, which is protected by the government as a historical heritage. So the Romans and the Greek occupied these territories until the Arabs arrived from the east in the 600s. From then until the 12th century. So we've got years and decades and thousands of years after, and still people are colonizing a place. Well, there is some sort of difference between one invasion to another, because some invasions are aggressive, violent, and other are very peaceful. And what we call them al-futuhat, which means people are trying to introduce something new. It could be religious, it could be political, it could be spiritual, it depends. So in this case, when the Arab came, Algeria saw a mix. They lived in peace with the Arab. They saw a mix of Berber, Arab, and Latin languages. And this is where the language started to grow piece by bit. And when we talk about this type of language, we call it, in linguistics, we call it a bowl of fruit of languages. So in this case, they lived peacefully. They used multiple languages. The main aspect and the main goal was at that time is to communicate and actually use the language as a mean of communication. After that comes the Turkish and the Spanish invasion from the 15th century onwards, and they contributed to the linguistic pluralism. They shifted into more commercial interactions with Mediterranean countries because they needed to maintain their, let's say, their marketing, if you may call it at this time, because they needed to stay in touch with other people and they needed to communicate with other people in order to give and take and in order to trade at that time. So at that time, it was very important for people to indulge and integrate at the same time these different types of languages and try to use them as much as possible to serve the one goal of trade. After that, the French colonization started in 1830s. And that very beginning changed the entire construction of a country that is called Algeria. At the time, it was under the Ottomani imperialism because the Ottomani Empire was taken over by the Turkish, and they actually landed and they took over large amounts of lands at that time. Well, I'm giving you a bit of, my presentation is a bit of history and language, so bear with me because you need to understand the roots of how language can change and how different, let's say, eras of history can change one's language. In other words, as I was saying, when the French colonization started in the 1830s, they brought an imposition of French along with the integration of European language. Because when they came in, the French language is not simply a language, it belongs to the group of Latin. And when we notice sometimes that there is a similarity between French, between English, French, Italian, Spanish, we've got very common words that people say very frequently. And they fall under the same mother language, if we may call it, or root language. So in this case, they brought along with them integration of European languages such as Italian, Spanish, due to accompanying as well European settlers. When France invaded Algeria, it was there to stay. It did not think about, I'll come here, take what I need, and then leave, or maybe use the country and use the people and they leave. No. The main goal of France at the time was to take Algeria and change it into another France, if you may call it, because at that time they called it the Second France. This linguistic diversity encountered at different points in Algerian history resulted from a genocidal intervention, if you can call it in this way, because it had a tragic impact on both bodies, institutions, and in particular the indigenous people of the country, because the implication could be higher when it comes to individuals rather than institutions. And therefore, the disposition was a reoccurring started influencing policies even before civil regime impositions took place. So when they started invasion, it was war. It was not a peaceful invasion. They were not simply visiting and saying hello. All right. The process of assimilating, underpinned by European ethnocentrism, led to the hegemonic imposition of French across what? Across Algerian society, across the Algerian society as a whole. So in this case, when you think about it, we think that after a series of invasions, why this exact invasion was different, and why did it mark the Algerian history? One of the very well-known Algerian scholars at this time is Dr. Ben Rabah. And Dr. Ben Rabah argues that in response to this economic oppression, because France did not simply invade to take advantage of the country, but it rather it was oppressing the individuals. It was oppressing the society, and as I've previously mentioned, it was there to stay, and it did not think about people's right. So in this case, this entire colonizer responded in a very aggressive way to Algerian, because at some point when the war was occurring and reoccurring, people had to leave, people had to escape their fate. Some Algerian individuals actually immigrated to France in one way and another. When they immigrated to France, they sought better life, living conditions, of course. When you immigrate, this is your main goal. So, and that happened, you can say, since the 1911 or 1912. Now, in these precise situations, new nationalist movements arose demanding the recognition of Arabic alongside with French. When you move from an oppressed country to a free country, you taste how can I phrase this? You just find that freedom is actually very delicious, and it actually is existing to other people and not to yourself. And this is why it's always a matter of a mindset. So when people went to France and they saw that, wow, la liberté, which is freedom in French, So, oh, it does exist, freedom does exist. So I have the right to ask for something myself. And people started to ask, and those people were located in France and not in Algeria. And people talk, and ideas shift. And some ideas to some people are very dangerous. And this was the case in Algeria and France. The ideas were dangerous to France. And as I was saying, this new nationalist movement arose demanding recognition of Arabic alongside with French as a national language during the 1920s and the 1930s, I think, at that time, using the ENA. The ENA stands for Étoile Nord-Africaine. This is in French and it translates to English, the African star or the Northern African star. This exact, let's say, association, if you may call it, started as an advocate for free Algerian education. It purged in Arabic, among other demands. They provided other demands, but the main focus, because we're talking about linguistic trauma, the main focus was that it asked that the use of Arabic becomes available to individuals, to Algerian individuals within the country. Later on, another party, a political party, of course, called le Parti du Peuple Algérien, the PPA, translated in English, Party of the Algerian People, was created in Algeria in 1937, I believe, and they kept making the same demands. So we've got one association with another political party, and they started making the same demands. And of course, when the people think about those who are educated, those who understand policy, and those who understand politics, who are seeking something in return from the colonizers, people start to think, people start to develop a sense of freedom. So in this case, members of another movement as well, so one movement, one political party to another, they just started growing out of nowhere. So there is another other members of a movement called Jeunes Algériens. Jeunes Algériens means Algerian youth. They asked for the transformation of the colony into province. And this actually was a very smart idea. Why? Because when France invaded Algeria, as I've always mentioned, I'll keep mentioning this multiple times because it's very important, they did not think of Algeria as a free country. It was for them a colony. It was a second country to them. They came, they lived, they took people's homes, and they took advantage of the land. This Jeunes Algériens, the youth or the Algerian youth movement, they asked that Algeria does not become a colony. It simply becomes one of the provinces of France. And when you think about it, when you have a province, when you are a province and not a colony, you have more rights. You get the chance to speak and the right to say your mind. Throughout this shift, new language regulations and the aim to address French prejudice against Arabic arose, which was recognized as a foreign language in Algeria in March 1938, but then revoked by Charles de Gaulle in the 1961. This step was like simply a way for France to silence these movements and political parties for a very short period of time, because they allowed them, or they gave them, they provided them what they requested, and then after a period of time, they revoked that decision. And the problem is, the person or the individual who revoked this exact decision is a general, he's a military. So he's not a civilian. And that rose suspicion at the time, because how can I be a citizen of a province if I am ruled by the military? So in this case, coinciding with the Algerian nationalists reclaiming their history and religion as means of resisting the dominant influence of French, people started, and in particular scholars at the back at the time, they started to think, I am a country, we live in a country, we are called Algerians, we're not called French, we do not have the same right as French people. But then again, when we ask for the recognition of our language and when we ask for the recognition of our heritage, we're not granted. There was some kind of une contradiction, as we say it in French, contradiction between what is being delivered and what is happening. And the people were smart enough to see this happen. Excuse me. So the nationalist movement started to dig around and talk about this exact contradiction that is happening between the government and its military. What comes next is the reform. Their reform enterprise was based on the desire for the Arabization of Algeria. They wanted an Arab Algeria. And the reason why they wanted an Arab Algeria, because most indigenous people at that time were killed by different settlers. So we've got a very small minority who lived in the mountains. And then we have the Arab and the Turkish and some of the Greek and the Roman who were integrated within the Arab and the Turkish. And they were asking for the Arabic language to be used commonly throughout their interaction because they could not communicate with the French. And at that time, we should actually take into consideration that it was a matter of a class. You're class A, you're class B. If you are class A, you're French. If you are class B, maybe you are another settler from a different country. And then comes class 0 or C or none, which is the original indigenous people of the country at the time. So in this case, when people asked for Arabic to be used country-wise, the Arabization process continued with the coming of the power of the FLN. FLN stands for the Algerian Frontline, and it goes for a very strong political party that is still part of the country that's helped to get the independence for the Algerian people. And the FLN thought through the FLN only associated with, let's say, scholars and very well-known thinkers at the time. It was not common people. So they basically knew what they were doing. Those who helped to criticize the French colonialism and the French government at that time. After the independence, Arabic was given the position. It was given back its position. And languages of Algeria changed, and we will see the change right after that. This policy, however, did not erase the influence and the presence of French. Let me explain this very carefully. Despite the fact that after the independence, people sought to use only Arabic, but the precise fingerprint, the after effect that France left within the Algerian people provided some sort of, let's say, a very mixed salad bowl, if you may call it, because people were unable to only use Arabic fluently without using one word or two of French. And this is what we call language influence. And when there is influence, there is trauma. Moving on, we then need to tackle in this case, before actually going into the slide right in front of you, we need to understand that the position of the people is two-sided. There are two sides of this position. Number one, the Algerian people were able to broadcast Algerian identity to the world via the language of the colonizer, because some people were exposed to that language from early ages. And how would I allow people to know what is going on in my country if I only speak the language of my country? And by doing so, they broadcasted their Algerian identities to the world via the language of the colonizer, as I've said, which is France in this case, despite the traumatic function of the Algerian historical baggage, because they had baggage, they had traumatical baggage, and they had to deal with it. And number two is that the process, certain faction of the Algerian population worked to limit this restriction by imposing a kind of linguistic terrorism and fostering negative melancholia. And in this case, how would you understand that? You need to grasp the fact that if you impose a language on people, this is linguistic terrorism. If, for example, I tell you, no, do not speak Arabic, only speak French, this is not fair because my origins, I am Arab, my mother tongue is Arabic. How am I supposed to use your language if I'm not a native? So they were terrorizing Algerian individuals into using a second language or a non-native language. So in this case, when we talked about melancholia, we need to understand that it stands for the unproductive intervention of the past in the present, which means the after effect of language, of the French language in particular, did not have a positive impact, because we had what we call unproductive intervention of the past in the present. For the past, constructed as timeless and dehistorized past that was obvious or oblivious, to be honest, to the majority of Algerian identities. And in this case, we could talk about the different Algerian writers who tried to write in the colonizer language in order to broadcast a voice, broadcast a situation, broadcast a genocide that was happening at the time. So let's pause here for a minute and read all together this passage. Please bear in mind that it is translated from French to English. So it's going to be a bit difficult to get the exact or to grasp the exact information in our case. So, thus there come the light, in a light grey by its very glitter. The noise of language, their language, the language of all three of them, each in turn and all together. With me too, a French with neither nerve nor vein nor even memories. A French both abstract and canal, warm in its consonance, their French, the French of my friends, so they disappeared. Will I finally end up knowing it, believing it, whereas freed from the shroud of the past? The French of the old days now begins to be generated within us, between us, transformed into the language of the dead. Now, if we dig deep into a certain terminology, we could sense the sorrow. We could sense the negative criteria or the negative feelings or emotions that the writer is trying to project into her writings. This is an extract of Asia Jaber's book, Algerian White, which means, well, Algerian White, this is a particular adjective. In Algeria, we have a lot of white houses and we call it the white Algeria. And this is what Algerian white comes from. So when we took the example of the famous Asia Jaber, a writer who is Arab, a female writer who also writes in French. In Algerian White, Asia Jaber writes about the reason why she used the colonizer's language to express her pieces. On one hand, to Asia Jaber, the language is a representation of death. As you can see at the end of the passage, the language of the dead. Not only does she bring the ghosts back, but she also brings back the language of the enemy to mourn through remembering the violent past. As she mourns her dead friends, victims of both French imperialism or colonization and the Algerian nationalism. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, this language, which was and still is the language of the oppressor, becomes a tool for the victims. To do what? To speak to her in distorted French, a language that speaks of true memories instead of telling lies. Her rethinking of the purpose that French, the language. So in this case, there are two perspectives of this passage and of this writing overall. We think about it as a very painful reminiscence because our link is our linguistic link in particular is linked to a particular traumatizing or traumatic event. At that time, people did not appreciate the use of French because they were very traumatized and they lacked identity that they needed to create one as soon as possible. And the only way to do that is to, let's say, to just indulge and adopt Arabic as much as possible and try to wipe French out of Algeria. But what Asia did here, Asia Jaber, she tried to balance between the two. She tried to express the pain within the use of French, at the same time use it for its own purpose, which is to let the world know about what is going on within Algeria and what happened during the French settlement. All right, now we're going to tackle potential causes and effects on linguistic trauma. When we talk about the causes of linguistic trauma, we must mention the forced language shift. Please bear in mind that these causes and effects are included but not limited to. It actually depends on the situation. So when we talk about forced language shift, when we talk about when individuals or communities are compelled to abandon their native language and adopt a different one, often due to social or political issues. So in this case, what happened in Algeria? The French settlers denied the use of Arabic to all Algerians, and they knew nothing of French, but still they learned. And when you go to school at that time, the content or the education that was provided to the pupils at the time was only basically in French. So how do you provide education with a language that the majority of indigenous people do not understand? Number two, suppression of natives' language. And this mostly occurs when the use of, oh, sorry. Let me just go back. All right, here we are. One more. All right. So as I was saying, the suppression of native language, and I said this occurs basically when how do I put this? When the use of a group's first language is restricted, and this is the same phenomenon. So I restrict your language use, your mother tongue's use. How? Via punishment, and this is very typically by dominant power or part of the political strategy. Because as a normal individual, I cannot just stand here among you and tell you, you guys stop using this language, and that's it. It's doomed. It's done. All right. So there is always, how do I put this? There are always hidden meanings. There are always pragmatic hands that are going to take care of things. So in this case, what comes after the suppression is the colonization and imperialism, which happened to a lot of countries, especially Algeria, where colonizers often impose their language on indigenous population, leading to the devaluation and the loss of local language and culture. And it happened here in Algeria. And we will see how that happened and how it developed and how people now are fighting to get back to their original language. What we have next is elite closure. And let's talk about elite closure very carefully. What elite closure stands for is the creation of a socio-political barriers by ruling elites that deny a certain group the language skill necessary for social abilities. Unfortunately, this is the trend. This is, let's say, the trendy perspective or aspect of colonization. So it's not war, it's not death, it's not that, but it's just a group of elite manipulating subgroups or minority of groups into doing something that they desire. We move on to linguistic discrimination. And this stands for the displacement of certain languages and dialects, which can lead to stigmatization and marginalization of their speakers. Let me give you an example. For example, you're very young and your parents decided to immigrate from one country to another. You immigrated to a new country that you know zero language related to that new country. When you go to school, you start using your own mother tongue, and people will start discriminating you because you're not speaking their mother tongue. And this is an exact projection of the linguistic discrimination. We tackled the causes, and now, ladies and gentlemen, let's simply tackle the effects. The effects of linguistic trauma can include, but also not limited to, identifying or identity conflicts. In this case, people will struggle with finding their self-identity. When one's native language is suppressed or lost, or as language is the key to component of cultural identity, how am I supposed to have an identity? How am I supposed to have a culture if I do not have a language? Number two is the social and economic repercussions, and in this case, it is limited to access to educational and professional opportunities for those not proficient in the domain of language. Psychological distress, on the other hand, tackles the experience of anxiety, shame, and inadequacy related to difficulties in communicating in the imposed language or the loss of the linguistic heritage. What comes next is resistance and resistance and oppositional identities. And this is very important. Why? Because it affects us as communities. When something affects us as individuals, we, to a great extent, be able to overcome it. How? Help of the society. We seek help from others. But then again, when something affects us as a community, how are we supposed to heal as individuals if we are all affected? And if you want to tackle this very precisely, we need to understand that affected communities might develop a strong attachment to their native language as a form of resistance and self-assertion. And this is according to Dr. Ben Rabah. And the reason why Ben Rabah tackled this exact point is because this is what actually is happening to Algeria. We're all clinging to our original language. That when we are using foreign language, and when we use, let's say, particular. Let me give you just an example of what I'm presenting currently. I could simply say the name of the doctor in a way that everyone could pronounce. I could say Dr. Ben Rabah, but no, this is not the name. This is not correct. I need to cling to my original language because I need people to be able to know the, let's say, the way of which the sound is being created by my language. So I simply say Dr. Ben Rabah because this is the correct pronunciation. So this attachment to the native language was created due to the resistance. If you do not have something and you really want it, once you have it, you'll appreciate it. And this is what exactly happened. What comes next is, sorry. What comes next is the social. Sorry, let me just find myself. Great. So what comes next is the intergenerational trauma. The intergenerational trauma is the enduring effect of language suppression and loss, which can span into different generations. We will see that later on with particular examples, and you will be astonished of the amount of intergenerational trauma that could jump or shift from one generation to another. So it is a heritage that I was given, and I will give to my kids and my daughter. So in this case, what will happen? As individuals, we take the trauma that we have and unconsciously pass it to people of the same community, people of the same family, individual of the same mindset and school of thought. And this could also go through various generations, affecting the community's cohesion and individuals' well-being. To sum it all up, the interplay of those or these causes and effects can have profound implications for individuals' mental health, community solidarity, and the, how do we say, perpetuation of cultural traditions and knowledge. So we are traumatized, and we have been negatively affected by certain people, and now we're going to live with it for long term. Maybe it's going to take some time for people to actually overcome it, but it is there. I have been indulged, I have been, let's say, talked about this exact phenomena with my parents, and I still talk about this with kids, with peers, with colleagues and scholars. So it's here, it exists. All right. What comes next, ladies and gentlemen, is Algeria's linguistic landscape from colonization to independence. It's very important to understand something. Oh. All right, as I was saying, it's very important to understand something. Algeria's linguistic landscape has been shaped significantly by its history of colonization and subsequent independence. From the early days of French colonialism to post-independence Algeria, the language dynamics reflects the country's complex sociopolitical transformation, which means when you discuss the circumstances of Algeria with policymakers or with common people, They have the same perspective in terms of how language dynamics reflects the country. Let's talk about during the French colonization, and then we move to post-independence. Number one, the French colonization at that time, they did what we call imposition of the French language. Sorry, they imposed the French language on the people. And they attempted to set control and boundaries and assimilation. Their policies aimed at deculturalization. And this is a very important term, deculturalization, which means I'm going to take your language, I'm going to take your identity, I am going to take your culture, and I leave you with nothing. If you do not relate to your history, your country, your identity, you do not exist. And this actually was the main aim. So what did they do? They sought to suppress native Algerians, and in particularly their language and cultures. So in this case, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about from the colonial to what exactly? All right, so we're going to talk about the education policies. When we talk about the Algerian educational policies, the colonial policy included the establishment of the French as the language of education and governments, leading to a decline in literacy and native languages among Algerian. And this is said by also Ben Rabah in 2012. What is important in this very particular aspect is that when you're teaching people in their non-native language, there is no content is being provided and there is no education whatsoever. So it's basically pointless. You're simply going to try to extract something that is within, and you're going to try to create a new generation to these people. So we move to what we call cultural resistance. So despite all attempts that France did, linguistically speaking, in its attempt to take dominance over the linguistic atmosphere back in the days, it's important to highlight that it was actually, to a great extent, very pointless. Why? Sorry. Many Algerians retained their native language and advocated for its use. Despite the different attempts of France trying not to allow people to use the language, they sought the use of language. They advocated for the use of the language. Now we shift into what happened after the independence. The number one is the Arabization policy. The Arabization policy happened post-independence, where Algerian policies focused on Arabization, which means integrating Arabic into the entire Algerian system. Because France is gone, we're free. What do we do next? It's Arab time. We use Arabic as much as we can in everything. So in this time, the process of making Arabic the primary language of the nation in an effort to restore the culture and the linguistic identity. This shift basically aimed to replace French and assert national independence, or assert national language, if we may call it. And in this case, it was actually a very long way to go, because bear in mind, France was not here with us for 2 years, 10 years, it was a decade. And more than a decade, to be honest. It was maybe thousands of decades, 100 and so and some years. What comes next is the linguistic conflict. And in this case, the transition to Arabic has not been without a conflict, because the people got used to a certain criteria of language use, And then out of the sudden, they are asked to use something new. And in this case, we need to understand that the socio-linguistic situation born out of colonialism has continued to influence Algerian society. Issues arose regarding the role of French, the methods of implementing Arabization, and the selection of a new foreign language. It was thought to be more influential and neutral than French, because some people said, no, wait, okay, we have Arabic, but we need another language because people need to know what we're doing. People need to hear us. We need to be heard. And there was a great conflict between different parties and different standpoints. And then afterwards comes the small minority, at that time, of course, the indigenous people, the original people, the Amazigh or the Berber, as we named them at the very beginning, the Amazigh recognition. The Berber language and identity have also come to fore with demands of recognition and official status for the Amazigh language in the face of the Arabization efforts. What comes next is the education and language planning. So if you have people who are uneducated, they were poor, they were hungry, you need to educate them, because the best thing to give an individual is knowledge. So the education system in Algeria has been a central arena for language policy and planning, and in particular, struggle as well, where political preoccupation has sometimes taken precedence over pedagogical needs, creating challenging in the implementation of linguistic policies. And this is also said by Benarab. So in this case, the focus of taking or omitting in French and using Arabic and some other language and the conflict of languages has become far away from pedagogy and more into conflict of policies. And of course, it was not serving the people of the country. It was simply people were still going through sufferings. People were still needing to learn. So throughout these periods, the linguistic landscape of Algeria has been a fertile ground between I think I've lost you. All right, allow me to again share my screen and we can move on from there. Great. I'm going to assume that you guys are still here with me, and shall we continue? All right, let's check if everyone is here still. Great, seems like everyone is intact. All right, as I was saying, throughout these periods, the linguistic landscape of Algeria has been a fertile ground for examining issues of identity, legitimacy, and power as seen throughout the lenses of language policy. So the interplay between Amazigh, Arabic, French, and now English language within Algeria continues to reflect the ongoing socio-political dynamics of the country. We move on to the next important slide, which is the linguistic identity and trauma of the Algerian experience. In this case, we're going to tackle the recolonial impact on linguistic identity, post-independence reactions, and linguistic identity on and power dynamics. All right. Algeria's experience with the linguistic identity and potential trauma is deeply rooted in its history of French colonization and post-independence period. These historical framework have led to a considerable effect on the collective psyche and language practices or linguistic practices of the nation. To begin with, we need to understand one thing: colonial impact on linguistic trauma. And we need to be very careful when we talk about this particular aspect, because it's not only that we're talking about the impact of linguistic on trauma and the impact of trauma on linguistic, but rather the impact of language and linguistics on one's identity. So it begins with the suppression of native language. Under the French rule, the suppression of local language, such as various Arabic dialects and Berber, led to a diminution of these languages in public life and education. Number two, French has marked an elite of status. Access to French language and education was often limited to certain classes, creating a language-based division between Algerian society. And this is what I've talked about earlier when I said it was a matter of class, because some people were allowed to use French and study French particularly, but others were not. They were not granted the privilege of studying French. When we tackle the post-independence reaction, I think it was very reasonable. So if you are not allowed to learn a language because it was the language of the higher class, you would like a recognition to your own language. And this is what exactly happened. Arabization, the independence of the Algerian government, sought to restore Arabic, putting it at the forefront of education and public life as part of national identity building projects. What comes next is the ambivalence towards French. Despite these attempts of Arabization, France maintained its prestige and utility, particularly among the elites who has been educated in French during the colonial period. Since we said at the very beginning that we had a number of people who were hungry, who were uneducated, who were poor, and so on and so forth, and the very small minority who were educated, who were integrated within the French society, what do you get at the end? You get a group of people educated but still using French, and this comes another conflict. Why are you using the colonizer's language? So this resulted in bilingual elites, while the wider population grappled with the switch to Arabic. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we lead to the trauma. This is where we reach the traumatic effect. The post-independence language policies could contribute to the feeling of dislocation and trauma for individuals who felt alienated within their own country, unable to access domains of power, dominated by the French, or caught between the promotion of Arabic and the reality of multilingual society. And this trauma led to what we call marginalization of the minority, and in this case was the Berber, because they were the indigenous people. And despite later recognition, and especially in recent years, Berber speakers have often faced marginalization. The debate around language use and language identity for Berber-speaking communities can be a source of distress, and it actually can be a catalyst for identity conflict. When we move from identity conflict to identity and power dynamic, we need to understand that there is what we call social stratification, which means language continue to play a role in social stratification, which in this case, proficiency in French was equated with higher social status, because this is what France did at the very beginning. It allowed people to believe that if you speak French, if you understand French, great, you got it covered. You're the elite, and other people are the other classes. So if we wish to talk now about this kind of society separation, or this conflict within the one society, it becomes very difficult, because it's very difficult in terms of the nation's identity. When we talk about nation identity, language becomes central, because we are a nation, we share the same identity. So how does this reflect the people of Algeria at that time? What is my symbol of identity? What language symbolizes the nation of Algeria? And in this case, I think what brought them together was more religion, less language. And when the Arabic language symbolized the nation's Arab Islamic identity, it calmed the situation of the struggle past colonial dominance. And there were some sort of resistance and revival. There is a continual push till now, till this moment, the pull between forces of linguistic resistance and the revival of local languages, reflecting complex dynamics. Because when we talk about Berber, we're not only talking about one region, but we're talking about multiple regions around Algeria and around countries next to Algeria, because Berber, when we say the Berber indigenous people, there are Berber of Algeria, Berber of Tunisia, Berber of Libya, Berber of Egypt, and so on, and Berber of Morocco, and so on and so forth. So minimum we have six Berber of different regions. And the conflict and the struggle of languages is actually identifying itself. It's recreating itself in every detail and every bit of detail in our daily life till this moment, till 2024. So we can see how the trauma that is affecting one's identity and one's language is long term. It's not short term. And reflecting complex dynamics of identity, of course, relates to power and historical legacy of Algeria's evolution. We should also, in this case, tackle interdisciplinary approaches to understanding Algerian linguistic shift. And when we start talking about the sociolinguistic, for instance, we need to understand first that Algeria's linguistic shift involves drawing various academic disciplines to gain a comprehensive view. Because if we're going to tackle only, let's say, sociolinguistic and not talk about the political science, we're not going to grasp the most important aspects of this research. And we need to understand that these approaches can help unpack the multi-faceted and the dynamic of linguistic changes in post-independence Algeria. In short, when we talk about the sociolinguistic, we need to understand that Algeria's sociolinguistic mosaic, as the researcher like to call it, or profile, has been extremely diverse, owing to waves of domination and immigration from Phoenicians to Ottomans, as we said earlier, to Greeks, to Romans. Neatly, you can say that between Algeria and other occupations, neatly encapsulated by the 16th century Jewish Algerian society, which actually read Hebrew and Arabic and spoke the dialect called Yehudi. So in this case, we have a different type of people being present within Algeria and who practice their dialect within Algeria. And this mix of Algerian Arabic with Hebrew expressions, under, of course, the French rule, this type of Algerian linguistics diversity was to suffer from deliberate linguistic ideology of course, what? Of deracination. And deracination in here means that you take the root of the individual, as we call it in French, la racine de la personne. The ideology is becoming how do we say that the ideology of this exact nation is becoming at risk. In parallel, actually, French education and the French place and the people naming led to the passive resistance refusal among the Muslim population. Because if you're telling me that you need to speak only Berber, where is the religion in here? How can I use a language that does not reflect religion at the same time? Similarly, the position or the positive image of the Kabyle Berber inherited, according to the French anthropologists, in their seamless connections of Roman culture. From such division of indigenous Algerians landscape was born the myth of the Kabylie. The Kabylie is a region in Algeria where they call themselves the Kabylie. Yes, the region is called the Kabylie. It's understood according to the writer. I repeat, this is according to the writer. The writer illustrates that the region of the Kabylie is simply a myth, and there is no such a thing. But the insecretion against the French and the Kabylia underlines that these artificial boundaries could not call to desire the overthrow an oppressor. Because when you have an oppressor, what does the oppressor usually do? They try to create les points de faiblesse, so weakness points, so that generation after another, there will always be a chance for the oppressor to come for the rescue. The examination of the relationship between language, society, and social identity provides insight into how language policies and practices affect individuals' choices and community dynamics. It can also explore the social impact of the shift from French to Arabic and the status and the revitalization of Berber language, as well as the integration of English from the individual to street. When we talk about the French, we understand the French was oppressed. It was the result of a long oppression. When we talk about Arabic, it's simply French is a reaction, is an action, and Arabic is a reaction. You impose, you oblige us to learn your language. After independence, we oblige you to use ours. So well, let's talk about English. English is the creation of individuals. It started with people grasping English within external aspects and perspectives and throwing it to the streets. To now, it is becoming very popular in schools and workplaces. For instance, in recent years, we have observed teenagers and young adults communicating using English rather than French, which is very different from one generation to another. For instance, if you're going to compare my generation to my parents' generation, my generation does not speak French as much as my parents' generation. And when we observe such a phenomena, we understand that sometimes via social media, we can also notice that the content shared is also in English. I could go on and on, given cases of how English is re-implementing itself within the Algerian context. That is, this generation and the coming generation is Anglophonic. Let's all shift to the psycholinguistic discipline. When we analyze the cognitive and the emotional effect of language learning and use, which might include the impact of linguistic change on individuals' identity and possible experience of the linguistic trauma, in this particular context, we can notice that the use of multiple languages is very clear within the Algerian society. An Algerian, educated or not, they code switch when addressing each other. Every Algerian is incapable of generating one sentence using a dialect with only one language. So in this case, actually, some people would intentionally use certain languages to express a standpoint. For instance, for those who, for example, use only Arabic to avoid using French. There are some category of people who would refuse to use French whatsoever. When you ask them why, or when sometimes they hear you speak in French, they will be asking, why are you using the colonizer language? This is one case. Another case is the use of French to show sophistication, because to them, the French are the representation of sophistication. There is this, let's say, a fictionary representation and imagination and belief that whoever uses French is sophisticated, which is not the case. It's simply a traumatic event implementing the linguistic situation in your brain, and that created this exact thought. Then comes the new generation who refuses to be in the middle of this conflict between Arabic and French, and they simply chose English. Now let's talk about education. When we speak about education, we need to also cover all aspects of how language influence policies on education. Arabic was introduced to replace French as a medium of instruction, creating shifts in pedagogical strategies and educational outcomes. In 2023, English now is replacing actually French in some areas, whereas Arabic is the academic context. So the conflict between Arabic and French is of less focus, and the focus is on how can we integrate and implement English into the academic context and educational context. Tackling now the historical discipline, authors of retrospective analysis of how historical events, particularly colonization and the fight for independence, have shaped current linguistic attitude and policies. After that comes the political science, where we examine the role of language in state formation, national identity, the political discourse. We could also shed light that there is some sort of power structure and state ideology in this case. Because when we talk about languages, we have President Abdelmajid Tebboune, who is the latest president, came with multiple economic reforms that opened doors to international relationship, alongside with the requirement of using English, because as we all know, English is the internationally used language. So, shifting to anthropology, the focus here is going to be merely cultural practices and beliefs. shedding light on how language is intertwined with culture, identity, heritage, and the practices of different ethnic groups within Algeria, of course. In this case, we shift to the use of specific terms that are being used currently within the Algerian context. Back in the days after the or post-independence era, people used to call each other frère. They say, "Oh, frère, ça va?" After a period of time after the independence, when people were trying to avoid French, they started calling each other "akhi." Salamu alaikum, akhi. Through time, people tried to mix both. Sometimes people say wesh frère, which is a combination of Arabic and English. And others would say ça va akhi, also a combination of French and English. In recent years, all of what has been said is omitted and people are now calling each other bro or brother. What I said earlier, frère, akhi, they all stand for the same term, which is brother. And we can say that whatever affected or the effect of certain culture-related, let's say, such as identity, heritage, and the practices that is happening within the group could affect the language at the same time. Next, we've got the linguistic, which provides an analysis of the structural aspect of the language involved, linguistic diversity and the process of language, contact, borrowing, and change. This, well, the enduring of linguistic trauma continues to cast a shadow over the Algerian people, leaving their sense of belonging adrift, to be honest, in the complex in integration and insertion. The colonial and post-colonialism eras were not easy for Algerians overall, particularly in their language use and in their Algerian writer. We have a writer whose name is Yasmina Khadrai. He is still writing in French because they believe that they still need to transform the pain, the suffering of their ancestors to France because they need to know what happened to us. We've got also another writer called Ahlam Mustaghanmi, who in her case started to translate her works from French to Arabic because she thought that her work or the people that she belongs to are worthy of reading her. So we see now how the transformation of written materials could affect individuals and the content they provide. This trauma runs so deep that it defies easy repair, calling for an exploration of Algeria's history facing the nations today. Nevertheless, there is a shared responsibility of both citizens and governments bodies to safeguard Algeria's language and entangle the intertwined language and culture whose historical and political significance has been neglected. I'm going to briefly go through the economical because it's a bit out of context, but still it has some implement. When we take into consideration the impacts of language on labor marketing and immigration, we also need to take into consideration the language that is mostly used between investors and between businessmen worldwide. And in our case now is English. So, and the international language in this case could allow us or could pave the way into opening doors for the country, into exploring something that was not already existing before. And in this case, when we talk about exploring something new, we particularly focus on economic mobility and the opportunities, of course. Now, Let's briefly talk about the shift from the colonizer French to Arabization to Berber recognition to English in the Algerian context. In recent years, the profound impact of various generations has left a deep and lasting impression on the new generation. The lingering fear of history repeating itself has created some sort of fear within this new generation. So what we can say now is that from the shift from millennials to Gen Z is not only surpassed in terms of expectations, but also courageously embracing the different transformation. If we're going to compare one generation to another, we can see that new generations are courage. They have courage when it comes to language, when it comes to language use. Today, younger generations are increasingly favoring English over French within their communities, singling the shift between what we call cultural dynamics. For example, the position of English in Algerian context has been evolving within the language, gaining prominence due to what? Several factors. Number one, professional and academic aspiration. As a researcher, I need to publish in English because I want people to read my research. Number two, higher education trends. Enrollment figures reveals a strong interest in English language studies at the universities. Departments of English are attracting a large number of students, signifying the growing importance of an academic discipline and perceiving the aspect that is actually happening in the exact nowadays. English is actually emerging as an alternative linguistic option, challenging the long established beliefs of the long established beliefs in the exclusive value of French for access to modernity, science, and technology. Number one, globalization and geopolitics. The shift in global economics and political influence language preference in Algeria. For instance, the rise of non-French international partners, such as China, has contributed to a variety of linguistic landscape. This geopolitical shift could potentially bolster the importance of English among Algerians. Public attitude. When we talk about public attitude, we talk about the new generation, which I mostly adore. This is a positive attitude towards English among Algerian population, which is partly due to its perceived neutrality, because it does not reflect the sufferings and the trauma that previous generations have gone through. So it's trauma-free language. Education policy and investment, and this is very clear. When you've got investors, you need to use the language that they are using, and the exposure to English is rather limited. There is an acknowledgement of the higher quality language skills provided by the private sector and the public sector. A broader economic liberalization could enhance the presence of the use of language, of course, by increasing foreign investments and diversifying the economics. So overall, the English in Algeria, or the English language in Algeria, stands as a language of increasing importance associated with globalization, modernity, and educational and also professional advancement. The growing inclination towards English reflects a nation at a linguistic crossroad, balancing its colonial past with aspirations for globally integrated future. To sum it all in one particular slide, let's talk about the future of the language in Algeria. When we tackle about the future of language in Algeria, we should also highlight the fact that in Algeria we have bilinguals and we have multilinguals, which means as an Algerian, I at least speak 3 different languages with no dialects. Given Algerian complex linguistic history, it's very clear, it's probable that the majority of people speak at least 3 languages, which remains, of course, it's a matter, are you a bilingual or are you a multilingual? With Arabic, Berber, French, and English existing concurrently, of course, each of these languages is likely to continue contributing to the nation's literally corpus. Recently, the rise of English is likely to grow even stronger because it could lead to English language educational materials and the increase of media and literary works, either original or translated. And finally, when we talk about literature reflecting social change, the writers at some point they started to create content in English, and we can see it starting small and growing into something big. Nowadays, it's very rare to find a blog written in other language than English, because the generation has grasped the fact that if you want to be heard, English is your language, and I'm talking worldwide. So we could briefly talk about the prevalence and revival of the language, which could state, it has already been discussed, but it could state that overall linguistic and literary evolution in Algeria will likely continue to be dynamic, with authors and citizens navigating complex interplay among Arab, Berber, French, and English, among others. And what's funny is that now when you hear the new generation tackle or speak or discuss, they shift from one language to another. And they are creating new languages that we've never heard of. Let me give you an example. For instance, we can say that they have a new term, it's called Franglish. The term Franglish, it means that you have a text that includes both English and French, word by word, sentence per sentence, you take your choice. Your ability to read the text non-stop and you understand it as a whole means you're a bilingual, means you've got multiple languages beneath your slides. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we come to conclude the following presentation and the following research, in which we need to understand. Algeria's linguistic terrain has been mostly shaped by its history. And the history of its people and the legacy or the negative legacy that has been left by the French colonialism. The nation has navigated through complex linguistic shifts from the position of French language and the culture during the colonial period. The change that has happened to Algeria, whether they are socioeconomics, educational, in terms of politics, they all related to one point and one point only, which is we need, as individuals of any country, to preserve identity and the power to expose potential linguistic trauma, precisely when we have a history like Algeria. Understanding these dynamics necessitates the interdisciplinary approach, acknowledging a multi-layered nature of language within Algeria's sociopolitical and historical context. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for granting us the time and the effort to hear us out. If you have any question whatsoever, please let me know. I'll be reading the chat box. Feel free to write. And if anyone is given the floor to speak, I'm all ears.
Ma'am, the question is posted in the chat box. Do you wish us to read it out to you? Ma'am?
Yes, could you please repeat that?
And the question is posted in the chat box. Would you like us to read it out to you?
Yes, it's visible. I can see a question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the question says, greeting for an empowered Women's Day. Happy Women's Day to you all. How about the official status of English in the Algerian context now? Do you still feel traumatized by the use of this international language? Let me clarify something. The trauma or the linguistic trauma is not due to English. The linguistic trauma that happened in Algeria is French related. So in this case, am I traumatized by French? Maybe. To some extent. But am I traumatized by English? Most definitely not. On the exact opposite. I'm an Anglophone. I have always been since my early ages. And therefore, I think to some extent, English came as the peaceful alternative to a certain group of people. We wanted a language or a conflict-free language. And in this case, English was our resort. I hope this answers your questions. Let me see. So far, only one question. Any other questions, ladies and gentlemen? I would be very much pleased to hear you out.
Hi, ma'am.
Very,
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Can I just respond to what you just said, what you just explained, by the way? Let me just introduce
Yes,
myself.
of course, with great pleasure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Manju George, and I work in Oman, by the way. That was my question, in fact, because we were discussing about linguistic trauma, right? But then I would like to say that quite drastic enough, like English also is a language of a colonizer, which has been like, me from India, we had a very long, what I can say, bondage with this language. Of course, we had its positive aspects also. But then this was the language which was used to traumatize the whole world, in fact. So my context was that I knew that, well, because your topic was about linguistic trauma, I didn't mean that. I understood very well that French was your traumatizer, in fact, actually. But then English was also traumatized as far as my context is concerned. I have its plus as well as its minus as well. So in that context, now that we have wholeheartedly accepted this language, this international language, to be yourself, to be a mark of your status right now, especially for your present generation, I really would like to know, what about the official status of that language in your country right now?
Could you please repeat the last question?
I would like to know what is the official status that you would just give to this language in the current Algerian context.
Okay.
You have language formula, like you have the official language as your language, and then language that is used by for professional uses, official documentation. So what role? What is the status of English in your current Algerian context?
Okay. All right. If I may answer, thank you so much for the question. It's very intriguing and I appreciate it. All right, so I do understand let's first divide people into two. At times, people, when we were colonized, we were divided into two: French, Spanish, more than two actually: French, the Spanish, and the English. What you relate to as a traumatic linguistic language may not be the same situation for me, because I was not colonized by the English, and therefore I do not relate English to violence. And this is still a personal, of course, perspective and a scholarly perspective. On the other hand, when we talk about the use of English within the Algerian context, let's be very clear. We use Arabic in our official documentation. We use Arabic when we speak to official to officials. We use Arabic when we are delivering important speeches. We use other languages for the sake of communication, of course, but English is only used for the moment in education. We are shifting the use of French to English because, academically speaking, we believe that if we use English, we would, let's say, cover all aspects of academia. I hope I answered, and I think the way of which language affects or trauma reflects on us depends on who the colonizer was and how did they colonize us. Because historically speaking, France was one of the most crucial and non-merciful colonizers on earth. And maybe this is out of context, but here in Algeria, we've lost beyond 1.5 million Martins on our independence. So it took a lot. It took a lot. Should I take another question from the text bar?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
As you said, it's more on the colonizer. Who has colonized you? In fact,
Yes.
we are also using the language as a power. In fact, I'm teaching this language in a college which is affiliated to the Purdue University here in Oman. Of course, I do. This language which I'm using is my power, of course, but I still would like to know, because whenever we talk about colonization, the first thing which comes to my mind is the colonizer, oh, my country's colonizer. So, but fortunately or unfortunately, that language is my power right now, which I'm using as part of my livelihood, I should say, in fact, as my existence. In fact, you've given a very true answer. Thanks, ma'am. A very exhilarating
You're
session.
very welcome.
Thank you
Great
so much.
pleasure, with great pleasure.
Yeah.
I have a question here from Yasmin. She says, ma'am, what language do native Algerians speak other than Arabic and French? And what is the
excuse me,
difference
ma'am.
between
If I may
Arabic and
interrupt,
French
ma'am.
occupation? Sorry?
Ma'am, if I may interrupt. Ma'am,
Yes.
due to paucity of time, can we post the questions to you personally or through mail so that we can answer the participants? Because the next speaker is awaiting. Is it
All
okay?
right, no problem.
We apologize for the the situation, but the next session should begin at 2 o'clock, and there's a lunch break that we have to give to the participants. So I will post the questions through mail, and your answers will be shared with the participants later. If
That
you're
would be
okay.
great. That would be very great. Thank you so much. And it was
Thank you, ma'am.
great.
Thank you so much for
lecture to you.
understanding.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
I express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Dikra Amil Bozid for enlightening us on the topic, exploring the post-independence linguistic drama, a multidisciplinary perspective in the Algerian context. This session threw light on linguistic trauma, particularly due to colonization. The story on the North African regions portrayed the difficulties undergone by the natives due to French colonization. The effects of the linguistic trauma, such as identity conflicts, psychological distress, and so on, were well explained and made us gain knowledge. Thank you, ma'am, for once again. Dear participants, let us break for lunch now. It is all assembled here sharp at 2:15.
मम्मा
हम्म?
मैराथन में भागने के लिए पैसे देने पड़ते हैं?
पता नहीं।
हाँ
हाँ,
पैसे
आई थिंक कोई किट कुट वो देते होंगे
किट
कुछ।
कुट का देंगे।
and everyone, all the students present here. I'm really privileged to be here. First of all, I must say that. And it's a huge honor to be on this day here because it's a very auspicious day, as I was telling Smita ma'am, because it's a Women's Day and we are all amid all the women here, the better half of to talk about. And people who go through traumatic experiences, for them it is very difficult to talk about trauma. I am personally someone who comes from a background where I had to also go through some form of trauma. And if you will read or listen to some leading theorists, you will come to know that all of us, at least one point in life, have to go through trauma. And I wish nobody should go through trauma. And it's in our hands, and there are ways for it. And if you pursue art right from now, from the beginning of your careers and at such a tender age, I'm sure it will help you regulate your emotions, your personality in a very better manner. So I think this is a topic which is very less talked about. There is a lot of shame associated with trauma, especially when it comes to girls and women. There's a lot of things going on around violence, rape, molestation. But you must realize that, it's always the women who are uh, shamed for it, who are questioned for it. And that makes it even more difficult to talk about trauma. And that's why I feel this is a very auspicious day, because as we all know that Lord Shiva is he is a great worshipper of his better half Shakti and Parvati. And we women are known for our power. We are known as Shakti. And here this hall full of girls and women are all together on this day of Women's Day and talking about trauma and that how to overcome it, how to protect oneself. And even if you go through trauma, you have to talk about it. You have to get out of that shame and address your own trauma. Now, why this topic is so close to my heart, let me tell you. Because as I told you that I come from a space where I also had to go through trauma. So I'm also a writer, and Tamarind is my debut poetry collection, where I have written on themes of trauma, love, loss, and longing. And I'm working on my second book with a literary agent, which is based on my personal experiences of having gone through a very abusive and violent marriage and the loss of my child to stillbirth. So 12 years back, when I got married, I had to go through a very violent marriage, which is highly normalized in a society like India. And that time, the society I had around me, they told me, see, if you go for a divorce, you will have no space for yourself, because divorced women have no space in our society. You might have to commit suicide, because there are a lot of cases, like 2 years back in Kerala, there was one girl, I'm forgetting the name, but she committed suicide because she was in a very abusive marriage. And when the reports were out, then people were blaming the girl and the parents, saying that why didn't she come out of this marriage? It was so easy. Why she had to go through, why she had to do something like this? But coming from a background, something like that, if you go for a divorce, then also the society won't let you live. So that was something which was being used, which is being used against women. If you are molested, keep quiet. If you are raped, keep quiet. If you are a victim of violence, keep quiet. Don't talk about your trauma. And it is so difficult to process such emotions, because there is no one to whom you can express. And it takes a toll on your mental health. And everything is normalized. Violence is normalized. Rapes are normalized. Okay, that must be the fault of the woman. She must not have covered her up properly. But solutions are not normalized. Like talking is shamed. Seeking therapy is mocked. Oh, you're taking therapy. You must be mad. No. So we have centuries old tradition of victimizing the victim further rather than giving them a podium to talk and express and normalizing talking about trauma. So that's why I must thank you all, the college, Smita ma'am, other faculty members for giving me an opportunity to talk on this subject, to talk on my personal experiences and address a gathering of young girls, because that is very important. Because when I was 18 or 19 years old, I didn't know, because I was told, okay, you are a girl, you have to be good girl, you have to get married, you have to be obedient, this, that, and all that things. And as women, yeah, we have to adjust a bit more as compared to men. But what if it goes beyond a certain point? What if it becomes abusive? Do we have to take it? And am I, after 12 years, not doing well in life? I came out of my abusive marriage. I slapped the society on its face. I did a PhD. I got remarried to a very good, wonderful soul, a very successful person. I'm married to him for last 7 years. I have a lovely, lovely dog. Another stigma that if you're married, why don't you have a kid? That's our personal choice. Okay, so women can live to their expectations. First, make yourself happy, then others. And I'm having a wonderful life, pursuing art, going to conferences, talking to people, meeting such lovely people like you all are here. So, thank you all to organizations and academicians and departments like this who encourage women and stories like ours, because these are the real stories, and young girls like you should be knowing this. Okay, so again, I start my speech with a big thank you. I'm a PhD, but I'm a little non-academic person. I'm an artist, so my session will be like that. And yes, so we can start off with the slides. So my topic is, I have coping with trauma through personal narratives in the form of poetry, prose, and performing arts. I started writing when I was teenager, and I just was passing my time. Only after a decade, when I went through trauma, I realized the power of, literature and sharing personal stories. I write poetry, I write short stories, I write a lot of personal narratives. I do theater out, a very expressive and interactive form of theater called playback theater. If you want to know more, you have a wonderful person among you, Dr. Minakshi ma'am, who is a senior to me in playback theater. She's 8 years old in playback theater, and you all should give it a try because it's therapeutic. It helps you to heal. Because Dr. Nicole, a very famous psychologist, says that we have been told for ages that time is the best healer. Definitely, time is the best healer. It takes a lot of time. The healing process is slow. But what is important is to not just be dependent on time, but to talk about your trauma. I'll tell you that how talking about trauma helped me come out of that traumatic zone and helped me in my healing process. So you have to talk it despite being shamed. I know it's difficult. Maybe you might take time, but the more we talk, the more we denormalize wrong, abuse, and the more we normalize the narratives from victims, the better for us, the better for the society. Now, Danielle Burnock, she's the author of Emerging with Wings, a true story of lies, pain, and the love that heals. She says trauma is personal. Exactly, trauma is personal. For someone, passing away of a dog can be traumatic. For someone else, it can be hilarious. Why is she or he, weeping on the death of a dog? So it depends. Loss of an object can be traumatic. So it is very personal. It depends from person to person. We might not understand. So the least we can do is to listen and understand. It does not disappear if it is not validated. That's what I'm saying. It will not disappear if you'll keep it stuffed inside you. You have to talk it out, because the more you talk it out, you will get to know more stories from others. Okay, I have also gone through that. So because I lived in a very confused state, because as a woman we have to live in a very confused state for a long time. Okay, Am I really supposed to feel bad for this? Am I really supposed to feel bad for being stalked, for being molested, for being touched inappropriately? ये तो सबके साथ होता है. It happens with everyone. But we need validation. No, I also feel bad. I also feel bad. When you have that community of like-minded people and people with similar experiences, it gets validated, and at least you feel at peace that, okay, I was not wrong. For example, when I was getting divorced or going through an abusive marriage, everybody told me it's your fault. You must have done something wrong. For a long period of time, I lived in an impression, under an impression that, yo, it's my fault. But when I came to know about stories from others, when I started seeking therapy and I came to know maybe my ex-husband was a person with narcissistic personality disorder. And it is very cyclic. It is a pattern which these people follow, and it's not your fault. But the society was putting the blame on the victim. So when I came to hear stories from other people, I got validated, and it helped me come out of that state of trauma and regain my self-worth and self-esteem. So when it is ignored or invalidated, the silent screams continue internally, heard only by the one held captive. Internally, it becomes very chaotic. When someone enters the pain and hears the screams, healing can begin. So only when you tell your stories and you get that community which validates your experiences, then the healing begins. Next slide. So this I have already told regarding gratitude. I'm really thankful to be here and addressing a huge mass of young girls and women. And yeah, I'm really grateful to the college and the department for encouraging personal and true narratives along with academic. But before starting, let me tell you, I'm not a psychologist. I'm a normal human being. I speak from my lived experiences. So make sense of what I speak depending on your experiences and your ability. So it can be different. Okay. Next one. So before coming here, I was in dilemma. So last year, in the same month, March, I was called in Tuticorin by an English department, St. Mary's College. That was, I have given talks before on creative writing on something, but not on trauma. And then IFEST, respected Dr. Manu sir approached me and said, okay, you can talk on something. And I was like, okay, I'll speak something from my own area of research, that was trauma of exiled Kashmiri Pandits in the works, with taking references from the works of Rahul Pandita and Siddharth Gigu, two authors. Because I didn't have the courage to talk about myself. But meanwhile, giving my lecture based on the literary aspects, I spoke about my trauma. And I got so much validation that, oh, I thought, oh my God, I should talk more about it. And I'm writing a book on it. Why should I be scared? I found so much healing and peace during that lecture that this time I was specifically told that maybe you should, speak from your own personal experience. And it really took a lot of, strength to decide whether I should be talking on this, because it's not easy to talk. So that dilemma was there. But I keep on putting my personal narratives on digital media and through my poems. And in literary space, I'm coming up with a book as well, but talking is definitely difficult. So that dilemma was there, but I'm glad that I came here, and for the first time, I'm talking about my own personal experience of going through trauma. So this is the first experience. And so what will be the session about? So definitely, as I have already told you, that it will be based on little bit, it's basically about personal narratives, my session is, and how, through lived experiences, I realized that how can you overcome it, how I lived with trauma. Some authors and works who also have written a lot of confessional work, poetry, narratives, and essays, and how art, poetry, prose, and performing arts help me overcome trauma, and it can help you as well. So we'll have a very small interactive session with these three beautiful girls, Sahana, Bhagilashmi, and Yamini, after some time. And we'll tell you, no, not right now. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for getting up. But after some time, I'll call you. Yeah, next slide. I will show you how interactive theater can do. So let's start. So first rule of this lecture, I'll try to finish it off within an hour, and So please try to be interactive, especially when we do that theater session. We'll have fun, okay? We don't have to feel so traumatic while talking about trauma, okay? We have to get over it, okay? And then would be happy to listen your experiences. I don't know how, it is always difficult to talk about trauma, but I get criticized as well. So I know this is your space. You have to live here next 3 years, and for faculties, maybe the rest of their life. But if you can share your experiences, please come up with it. It takes a lot of courage. So share your experiences. Ask questions if any. I can tell you from my personal perspectives. Again, I'm not a psychologist. And last but then, yeah, I have already told that. Okay, next slide. So, what is trauma exactly? In simple words, it is an emotional response to a terrible event like an accident, rape, or natural disaster, according to American Psychological Association. That is a very general definition you will get on internet. It's a response. And most of us will experience at least one trauma in our lifetime that could lead to PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. So basically, we all have experiences of loss or something. For an 18-year-old girl, maybe a breakup is very traumatic. At that point of time, for me, it was, ki bas, the world is over. There can be nothing more bad than this. But then something else happened, marriage happens, there are more complications in life. Professionally, there are more financial things can be very pressing. Loss of parents, in every stage of life you come across, you might come across some form of trauma. Next. So Kathy Carruth's work, Unclaimed Experiences, Trauma Narrative and History, something which I have extensively read while my area of research. And she has some interesting things to talk about trauma. Like in the previous session, the keynote speaker session, that ma'am was telling that she had brought that aspect of linguistic trauma, that how language and trauma is intermingled. So the mark of a traumatic experience is that it escapes language. So even though I am talking about trauma, I'm talking about my personal experiences, but no language can capture what you have went through, and it's very difficult to process and regulate your experience. And if you'll see, trauma happens afterward the incident. When it is happening, you are not aware you are being subjected to some kind of trauma, but only afterwards it's there in your memory. And trauma and memory has a very delicate relationship. It keeps on repeating in your mind. It keeps on, further bruising your mind and memory. And there is an autonomous neurological system that experiences not just trauma, but life in such a way that language always playing catch up. Language is always behind. Trauma is always ahead. Trauma already happens. And you go back to that memory and recall what happened to you. The traumatic experience cannot be represented because it occurred before its recipient was prepared to know it. Or as Kathy Carruth puts it deeply, traumatic experiences are events without witnesses, experienced a moment too late before the self was there to meditate it. As a result, the trauma remains unsymbolized, unintegrated into normal memory. And that's why trauma is very personal. What happened to me or what happened to someone else, I might see it from a very different perspective, and that person might see it from a very different perspective. The trauma carry an impossible history within them, or they become themselves the symptom of a history that they cannot entirely possess. Trauma is very repetitive in nature. So it comes back to you through dreams, through incidents, and it's very interesting to know that how trauma, I'll show you a small talk later, that how it's stored in your body, why you are, so scared or nervous when you come across certain kind of people, a certain kind of situations, or when you sense a certain kind of smell. Does it happen to you? Yes or no? Something triggers in your memory. Our brain is a very complicated, space. And some places you go, suddenly you feel so, scared or nervous or anxious, because that's how trauma is related based on your past experiences and memory and all those things. So it keeps on repeating. Sometimes it comes through dreams as well. Okay, next. Now, talking about trauma, as I have already said, that it takes a lot of time, it takes effort, it takes responsibility, because Even when I'm talking about trauma here, I feel a lot responsible because I'm literally scared whether I should be, whether I'll be conveying something, whether I'll be scaring someone. You people are very young, but not everybody will go through trauma. I mean, that to that extent. But yeah, it takes a lot of responsibility. It takes obviously courage to talk. So while I was working on my second book, I went through, I read a lot, I tried to reading a lot of works based on divorce and domestic violence. Like I've read works by Meena Kandasamy, When I Hit You, and Shashvi Shiva has come up with her latest book. And I realized that how little, if you'll go and see the percentage of domestic violence in India, it's huge. Out HT Hindustan Times one did a research asking people that, do you think domestic violence is okay? And 85%, can you believe it? People in India said it's okay. My husband hits me once or twice a month. It's okay. It's very normal. Usme kya hota hai? So that's the acceptance rate in India and in many countries. But when it comes to writing a book, I could come across only 5 books, and that too have been written after 2014. So the ratio is so skewed. And even when we talk about this, then we are tagged feminists in a very wrong way, and you are creating a lot of chaos and all that stuff when women talk about it. But actually, the work is very less. POSH, for example, prevention of sexual harassment at workplace, if you'll see. I'm very glad to know that your college takes, workshops on that. I'm so glad to know, because as theater artists, we go to corporates and train people. And only 8% of organizations in India have applied POSH. It is very compulsory. You cannot say no to POSH. People at your age, I even didn't know properly about sexual harassment cases, because now you'll be going out, you'll be working, and these are the things which you should be aware about. And it is very complicated, trust me, when the power politics, power dynamics comes into place. But it's good that your department, your college is taking that effort and making you people aware about such rules. But in Bangalore, I recently attended a stand-up comedy performance where the stand-up comedian was making a lot of fun about POSH. And then the guy who was unaware, he told, Sab ladkiyon ke I hope you people follow a little bit of Hindi. So, okay, so I'll try to do mix. Okay. So he was saying, I don't know why there is so much ruckus about, sexual harassment cases. Why only for women? Why not for men? And I immediately said, excuse me, sir, it's also for men. Men are also covered. And even after some time, third gender will be covered under that law. Oh, I never heard. मैंने बोला उन्होंने बोला कि मैंने तो कभी नहीं सुना कि a man is being molested. मैंने बोला that's the problem. Such cases are very skewed. If you'll see by the percentage, the molestation or harassment cases against women are more, and even then they have to mock us. So that's the case. And men also get harassed. There are also cases, but this is, I mean, sometimes comedians stoop so low to make fun of laws like these, which are very, very important. So it takes responsibility, it takes courage, it takes healing. I couldn't write my second book. So a lot of people, because I'm also a former journalist, and people used to, you write about everything. Why don't you write about your own story? I didn't have to go back to my past, remember everything, and rewrite it. So when I was writing the first draft, I have to take therapy because it was so disturbing. You can't, keep live in your past trauma. You try to avoid it. And when I was working on the second draft, again, I had to take therapy. So it is very, very tough to write about your trauma. So it takes healing. And I'm very happy to say that on 23rd March, our theater space where I work, we are going to do a show on women, and we are going to do a very hilarious show on women's experiences like dating, bad men, divorce, marriage, remarriage, and all that. So once a guy, your Bangalore is like way ahead of the rest of the country, sometimes I feel. So I was sitting in this artist's corner, and he asked me, I never saw you in a dating app. So I said, no, I was never in a dating app in my life. The why? So I said I was busy getting married and remarried my entire life. and and so these kind of hilarious experiences. This I could only tell a joke after 12 years of marriage. And somebody mocked me for being divorced like previously. And I said, see, not everyone is lucky enough to get divorced, right? Get it? So this kind of humor can only come when you are healed. When you see the drama, you see the humor in it. After 10 years, after 12 years, it took me so long. So it takes a lot of healing. And humor has to be very responsible, I believe, and it can only come when you are out of it completely. And however, I don't believe you can come out of it completely, because it's, as I said, it's repetitive. And then, yeah, and like therapists, if you'll talk to therapists, psychologists, they also say that you have to talk more and more about trauma so that you can heal, get a closure. Next one. So trauma is very cyclic. A lot of us go have childhood issues. We have childhood suppressed trauma in us, because sometimes parents, you might have a narcissistic parent or a parent with personality disorder, and we are emotionally attached to them. They are gaslighting us. There are a lot of things which I didn't know. But off late, when I started taking a lot of interest in psychology, I came to know that how parents can be also very abusive without their knowledge. They think that it's a very normal way of dealing. I shouldn't be saying that, because I know parenting is a very hard job, but that's a reality the therapists say. So it can be cyclic. Maybe you might be falling for a narcissistic person or a partner, maybe because one of your parent is a narcissistic in nature, maybe. So you might have some childhood issues, some fears, some hidden trauma. You might have seen something. So these are the things which need to be worked upon, but it becomes a cycle. So it starts in childhood, you again fall into the trap, fall for a bad friend, fall for a um, sick partner. Again, you blame yourself, you get out, then again. So it's very cyclic. So it's very rebounding trauma. So it's very cyclic, and coping with it, avoidance and everything. Next. So vicious cycle of trauma. So as I said before, body remembers trauma, the way you stand, some people do like this anxiety. Why? And why some people are very confident. So trauma, or bad memories, nervousness, it's all, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's stored in our body. Sometimes when I get near some people, I can feel the energy that I'm not comfortable, because it's stored in my body, and my body knows how to react towards that kind of a person or that kind of a situation. I'm never comfortable in dark. I don't know why, outside in a lane. So maybe someone got groped. So that is coming back. So it's stored in our body. And your traumatic experiences further pushes you into trauma. It is repetitive, it haunts and chases up for life. It is very cyclic. It's there in memory. And so as I told you that I'm a person who have been raised up in a family full of narcissistic people, and I didn't know about personality disorders. When I started exploring psychology, and I wanted to understand myself more. Why do I cry? Why do I become sensitive? Why do I become emotional, which is not at all bad? How can I use my emotional nature as a power? Because if you see, nowadays, before people used to say IQ is very important. Now EQ, emotional quotient, is very important. If you have a really good emotional quotient, you can do really well. And if you see a lot of serial killers, they have really good IQ. What's the point? They are not doing anything good to the society. But there are people who have really good emotional quotient, and they are doing so well in their jobs. They are being good leaders. They are good in their relationships. So I wanted to work on myself, and there are a lot of people who are doing that, seeking therapy through art, through writing, theater, and all that. And all these things really do help you understand yourself well. So I came to know that maybe I was surrounded by a lot of narcissistic people. Narcissistic means people who lack empathy, who lack emotions, who make excessive use of other people, and who are very entitled and all that. And then I realized that maybe I'm falling for that kind of category of people because I'm raised by them, and I have normalized that. So abuse is not normal. Unfortunately, our society teaches us otherwise. It's not normal, and it's really difficult to get out of it. ask me. It was really difficult for me to come out of that abusive marriage, to come out of that society and build a life for myself. When a lot of people can, even commit suicides, it's not easy. So for that, you need to have self-awareness. You have to work on your emotions, emotional regulation, and art can be a very good route. I'll tell you how. So can we play these two videos? Your body remembers. So this is by a very renowned psychologist. You can follow her on Instagram. And she's really nice. Anybody who would like to share anything here, whatever we have spoken till they fix it and start the video? Any your insights on trauma, your bad experiences, your emotions being suppressed? Anybody would like to talk from the faculty members side? Can you relate to it, what I'm talking here as girls? Who said yes? And please do share. You said, right? Please be free to share. What do you think? I can hear if you want to. If you're comfortable, then only share. I mean, yeah, please. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Ma'am, one small request. Can I share after the video? I don't want to interrupt. Your session was very seamless. I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay.
So let the video end.
Okay.
And after that, I'll
Yeah,
speak.
it's just 2 minute long video. Then you can share.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So yeah. Listen to it carefully. So I was talking about that how body remembers trauma, and she's a very famous psychologist, and she has come up with a very nice book as well. I'll be sharing that as well later on. You can read it. So she enacts these small reels that about trauma. She talks a lot about trauma. Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, you can share. What's your good name? You can share meanwhile. They are fixing it.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Swati, ma'am. I'm from BCom CS department.
Right.
Shall I talk now?
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome for you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Actually, I feel very proud seeing you. Okay, you're coming up. And actually, I'm very happy to welcome you as a part.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
ma'am. And I want to share something. It happened to my cousin sister. She was going with her mother on a night. It was very dark. Her mother, she asked the auto driver to drop to her destination, and she was wearing a very half sari, fully covered, and she was looking good. But the auto driver was seeing in such a way in order to make her discomfortable.
Yeah.
You should not be in front of me in such a good way. So she hid it behind her mother. And most of the time when I meet her, she used to tell, he did me like this, he did me like that. So I used to tell her, you must have confronted him on the spot.
Yeah.
It's your mistake to keep it stuffed. But she's telling, I don't have the courage at all.
Yeah.
So most of the time she's telling the same thing to me, and I have the same answer to her.
Yeah.
I feel very bad for her.
Yeah.
But even it sparks an anger in me.
Yeah.
Why is it she hid it behind her mother? She could have confronted that man in front of her mother. And why are you seeing like this? Once if she speak, that man will be scared to see another girl like this. So this scariness they're taking as an advantage to use it same thing to other girl. So if other girl also, if I see at her, "Enna pannida pora ivella," like that, they are growing an attitude in themselves. So it happened to me also. I did the same mistake. I was not able to speak.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to come out of it. And I want to ask you, ma'am, if I ask what uncle publicly, is it wrong? I want to ask you because I feel very ashamed if four
there is
people
not,
see.
yeah, please.
Sorry, ma'am.
Ashim, yeah, please go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, nothing much, ma'am. If I ask him, four people will look at me. I will be ashamed. So I should be scared whether this man will take revenge on me.
Yeah.
So I'll be very scared. So I won't speak. Can you tell me any answer for this?
So
ma'am?
again, as I said, many people don't have answers to these questions because I have been in your situation and I can't give you an exact answer for that. So that's what happens. So first of all, stop making use of the word mistake. It's never a mistake because it's a natural reaction. So what if somebody, does some harm to me? Even at this age, I'm so grown up, I get scared. So it's not a mistake and it is traumatic, it's scarring. And we are all juggling through, and trying to regulate how to respond and everything. But yeah, it's good that you spoke up. Maybe speaking up, writing about it on digital channels and sharing your articles might help. It's a very natural response to hide oneself behind someone. And that's what the society does. It shames you, the victim. And I don't know if that person would have changed if you would have said. It's entirely on the person that whether I want to confront. So there are moments when I have not confronted, there are moments when I have confronted. So it's very personal and it's very situation based and all that. But yeah, so there is nothing wrong or right about it. But I think talking to more and more people and knowing that a lot of people go through the same thing might help. So yeah, that's all. And yeah.
One more thing, ma'am. I did not interrupt you, no, ma'am.
No. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to share. It's about myself.
Hmm.
I'm a budding writer.
Yeah, very nice. Huh.
I think you know Times of India newspaper.
Yeah.
I've contributed more than 50 articles.
Oh, wow. That's really nice. So good.
Thank you.
That's really nice.
Yeah, and the correspondent themselves recognize me. Oh, you used to contribute more frequently. So I even thank them that Times of India group.
So you should write about these things. You're a very young girl. What's your name? Sorry, by the way, I forgot.
Swati, ma'am.
Swati, yeah. So I think you should write about these things. I grew up reading all these articles by women and girls, and that time the wave of feminism, even now it is so strong, but that time, and I had a very good right thought process that okay, we are not less, we are women, so we are not less, and it really helped me. So I think you should more talk about your experiences. So there is this website called Women's Web. If you'll go and if you'll read, there are a lot of people talking about a lot of, their experiences. And it feels really nice that you're not alone in the journey, right? Thanks for sharing. Really courageous.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So if it's not working, it's fine. Yeah.
Participants of offline session 1 can go to their venue. Offline presenters, session 1 can go to their venue. Annie Vimala, ma'am, kindly join us, ma'am.
Sorry, ma'am. No, not an issue. Okay, so it's working, right? Yeah, please play. So she shows that how trauma is stored in our body. Yeah, that's all. And the next one? Yeah. Yeah, please do so. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. Your name? I'm so glad people are sharing here. Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Cassie.
Yeah. Hi.
So it was really nice hearing from you about NPD because I also, just like also started reading about it by myself because my father is narcissistic.
How do you know?
Ma'am, first I didn't know. We lived with him for 18 years.
Oh.
So I didn't know at first, but then there was a pattern. I constantly doubted myself. He kept belittling me. I was
Gaslighting.
even,
Yeah.
there was one moment when I wanted to like stand in the middle of the road. And when he got to know about it, when my mom asked him to stop, he shamed me for doing that also. So finally, my parents got separated because of a huge fight. And I was actually relieved, like I was hoping for this. So I also have an interest in psychology.
Yeah.
So I started reading about it and I thought that so many signs matched. But now I'm much more stronger, but sometimes I still feel like that self doubt, his voice in my head keeps coming back.
So glad, Cassie. Thanks. A huge round of applause for Cassie for sharing that. It takes a lot of courage to talk about your, parental side like this. Are you done with your sharing?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
actually we are not with him now, but
Yeah.
sometimes he comes and then he brings his relatives. You know, I read about triangulation also. So
Wow. You're so young and you know so much.
so he, even those people who used to talk with us, our relatives, our friends, he went to them first and he shamed us, he blamed us so that he appears like the victim. And it still goes on. Even now, when we go outside, my maternal grandparents, myself, we are really scared because we don't know who will come stalk us. It's like that.
Yeah.
But we are, it's at least better than before because we're not with him. So
Yeah.
so I felt really happy to hear you talk about this because I don't really hear people talk about NPD. So I felt seen.
I'm so happy and so glad that you shared, and I'm happy to see such mature women in your college, ma'am. So it took me 36 years of my life to, know something about NPD, and you're so young and you're talking about it. See, kudos to you, and see, the struggle will be on because it's the worst kind of abuse you can have. Narcissistic personality disorder, they play up with your mind like anything, and especially if you're a parent, you'll have a lot of hidden trauma. You'll have to work a lot, but very good. I'm glad that you are taking up psychology as well. I mean, maybe you will find some healing while you'll work for others, and really proud of you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I also, like you said, I also write.
Yeah.
I'm a student.
Yeah.
But then I also wrote a poem based on this.
Wow.
So when I feel negative emotions, I write, and I found that it helps.
That I'm so glad that you shared. See, I was just talking from my experiences. So many nice stories are coming up. And yes, it's not necessary to be a literature student, though. If you can read a literature a lot, it will help you. Do write. Writing is a form of therapy. The psychologist suggests. Journal a lot, write a lot, maybe put your work out on digital media, Instagram, or some really good platforms like Women's Web, Youth Ki Awaaz. Go and talk about it. As you said, people are not talking about it. So that's the fault. We have to talk about our trauma. So we are not to be, we should not be ashamed of it. I'm so glad of both of you of sharing. And before going, I must tell you, this is one of the psychologists which you can refer their works. And then there is Dr. Ramani on Instagram. You can follow her Instagram channel. She is a specialist in narcissistic personality disorder. So you can follow her work. She has come up with a very nice book, It's Not You. You can read that, and it will be a little struggling right now, Cassie, but with time you will get over. It's so nice that you came to know about it quite earlier in your life. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah, so this is another video. Or if without, volume also we can follow, like it's dissociation, leaving the body. If you're a victim of trauma, suddenly you will feel dissociated, and you will not be in the middle of the conversation. High reactivity, you might become very sensitive. The body keeps your score. It's very important to get out of your trauma and change your atmosphere. Okay, so next slide. Now I'll rush a little bit. What is important, I'll take up. Yeah. So vicious cycle of trauma, then And I have already spoken that why it is important. As Cassie has shared her childhood story of abuse, trauma, and to educate and make others aware that how trauma works and to heal. Talking gives you a huge support, and finding a community gives a huge support. Next. So, as I have said, some important works are Kathy Karoot's trauma theory. Some poets and writers who talk about trauma, mental health, and all those stuff are Jerry Pinto. He's a Sahitya Academy Award winner writer. Urvashi Bhaguna, Meena Kandasamy is again a very big writer who has written on domestic violence and abuse. And this is by Dr. Ramani Durvasula. I was telling Cassie, it's not you identifying and healing from narcissistic people. Okay, these are some of the works. Next. I'll skip this poem because I want to take up a short theater activity. This is, maybe I'll share the PPT and ma'am will share with you. It's about Charlotte Mew. She talks about how three of her siblings died one by one, and most of her works are based and surround around her trauma and sadness of losing her children. So it's about death, not children, siblings. Next, this is her biography. Next. This is a very famous poet and a writer, Kamala Das. How many of you have heard about her? Nice. So she's an Indian, very iconoclast writer, little controversial also. And she is someone who writes about love, seeking love through spirituality. And her entire life was, trying to seek that pure kind of love, which she couldn't get. She was married, but she was not satisfied. So she also had some traumatic experiences, like she got married without her wish at a very young age, and she always felt betrayed by men she fell in love with. So that's Suicide is the title of the poem, and she talks about that why she wanted to commit suicide, but then she pulls herself back. So it's also portrays trauma. Next. Next. And this is This is a work I met Meena in Bangalore Literary Festival as well. She also has gone through divorce, domestic violence, and then she got remarried, settled, a very big literary figure right now. Her book is critically acclaimed, When I Hit You, and you should read it not only for the content but for the literary value it has. Oh my God, she writes with such beauty. Writing about trauma with such beauty. The settings are so beautiful. Politics, the gender politics she speaks about it's very stark and very intense. Next. And this is one of my favorite works, which is written by Jerry Pinto. M and the Big Whom. M is the mother he's referring to, and the Big Whom is the father. And this is also a fictional memoir, kind of. It's not a memoir. He hates to call it a memoir. He also came to Bangalore Literary Festival. He's a Sahitya Academy Award winning writer. And it's a beautiful work which you should read because it's based on mental health, that how it is to cope or live with a family member, because Jerry's mom was a schizophrenic. The protagonist's mom was a schizophrenic. How to live with a person having mental health disorder or psychopathy. And there was a point when the protagonist wanted the mother to die. So it is so traumatic, yeah. Because you can't take it. He couldn't take it anymore. Mental health is not something easy to deal with. We need more and more of awareness, but people are not ready to talk about it. Next. This is again, No Straight Thing Was Ever Made, one of my favorite authors, Urvashi Bhaguna. Her poems, this collection of essays, she talks about depression, mental health, and depression and mental health without any reason. You don't need to have some trauma. Sometimes a very happy life can also give you depression and a feeling of emptiness, that I don't have purpose. Life is so easy, So this is again a very interesting work. Next. So this is because my session is about personal narratives. So this is my work. I work in theater. I write. That's my website. And I go and speak with people. So how art helped me heal? This is a snapshot of what I do, and it has really helped me in my life because I express myself a lot writing. Now you both have shared. I know many of others will share when I go out, or later on I'll get reviews, and I will feel, a sense of purpose. Yes, I spoke about something, people can relate with me. It's a huge feeling of, it's a very nice feeling of release. Next. So these are some works which I'll discuss in the later slides, that how, next. This is a poem. I wake up one Onam morning, and the thing is, the context is I'm being asked that why don't you have a child? And my entire Onam is ruined because of that question. And then I wrote this poem. I was so sad. Why can't just people wish me? And why they have to make me uncomfortable with these personal questions? And then I wrote this, I posted it on social media, and a lot of women came up with their stories, that they are also bullied and mocked because of this particular question. And then I felt so relieved that next Onam or next time, if anybody asked me that kind of a question, I didn't feel bad. And I was like, where did that, sense of discomfort go? Because that's what art or expression does to you. You become stronger. Okay. Next. This is based on this is again a very good feminist literary journal where I shared my works, The Memory of Violence and Baron Boom. The editors spoke to me. They wrote back to me that we were very touched by your poems. There were a lot of people who wrote to me. So that's how art works. You put out your work, you put out your expression, they write to you back, and you get a sense of validation. Okay, we are not wrong. There are other people who are going through the same thing, and you feel empowered. Next. This is one haiku. If you know haiku, monoku poems, they are 3-line poems, 1-line poems. So that's a different branch of poetry. Okay, so I'm also a haiku poet. And this is the end of morning Nilkarunji. I will talk about the structure. I will not discuss today how it works because we don't have time. But it means the end of morning Neelakurunji. So we have to juxtapose two different things. So Neelakurunji is a flower which blooms once in 12 years in Kodaikanal. Okay. So and it got published at 3 places, on an anthology, one haiku journal, 2 haiku journals. And this was again very appreciated because Neelakurunji is something which blooms in every 12 years. And I wrote it in 2000 after 12 years of the death of my child. So I could only talk about it after 12 years. So I compared it with the flower, and healing takes that much time. Not 12 years. It depends. It's different from different people, but it takes a lot of time, writing and speaking. Next. This is I Want to Be Like You. This is a troubled teenage girl. She's 16. She wants her father's validation. She's trying to, I'll just read it out. It's very short. At 16, when I was caught and then questioned by my father for secretly blowing smoke rings from my tender teenage lips on our terrace, I replied, as in all other ways, I want to be like you in this, Dad. So she's not doing anything else. She's just smoking a cigarette like her dad. But because she's a child, she's being rebuked. So it's very subtly tells about, how you want the validation, you want to be like your parents. And the same thing when a parent does is not okay, but when you do, it's not okay. So next. Again, a father's failing memory. This was written because the protagonist feels that she cannot tolerate the fact that her father doesn't remember her anymore. There was a moment when she was standing right in front of the father, and the father asked, where is, my daughter, to the daughter herself. And that can also be traumatic. So trauma doesn't have to come from sexual abuse or a war zone area. It can also be there because of disease, like in Jeripito's works, because of the mental health of the mother. So it can be relational, it can be because of physical and emotional health as well. Next. And these are some essays which I have written, like we can go to next slide. So this is my brief journey of trying to get over my deep-rooted shame. I'll show you the reviews I got in this particular article because this is something which we don't like to talk about. We are very shameful to talk about our shame, our journey of shame, that how art helped me to come over it. Before joining theater, I was very shy, but after that, I became very, bold and expressive and all that. The writing was the only medium, but theater helped me overcome that as well. And then turning to gardening, so nature, art, everything saved me while my marriage was hanging by a thread. So I write all these things openly. You can find these articles in Youth Ki Awaaz. You can type my name Google or you can go to my website, you'll get the entire set of my works. Yes, next. You prefer a dead woman over a divorcee. Congratulations, society. This was written when that girl from, I don't remember the name, I'm so sorry, Tushara or something, she committed suicide. I was so enraged. I could feel the trauma of the family and that girl, and I wrote, and I got such good response by people and some sort of validation. Okay, there are right kind of people in the society as well. So we have to search for the right kind of people and be in their company. And it's not only, it's more than gender, it's all about, it's very psychological also at times. So there are men. If you know, male rape is still not a crime in India. At least women can go and complain. But men don't have the what to say, they don't have that right as well, because it's not even considered a crime. So why do we assume that men aren't raped when the reality is far from it? And there was huge support from the male community. Oh, finally somebody wrote about this. Then again you feel validated. Next. So these were some of the responses I got, like by Paromita. Thank you for writing this. My entire adult life has been a journey of unlearning the shame that was wrongly hammered into my young mind by cruel caregivers. So basically, caregivers, you can understand. And I relate to your words. Writing is empowering, and I hope you take every ounce of joy and power back through it. More strength and healing to you. So when you share, these are some of the snippets and screenshots of the kind of responses I get. If you want to write, if you want to talk about your pain or trauma, go and share. The result will be really nice. It will be really empowering. Next. So this is playback. I wanted to show a small demo of playback. We'll do that. Next. So these are, I think, ma'am, we are running out of time. I will not play these videos. What is the next slide? So how art can help you? It can help you find a community. If you'll go in Bangalore, so the artists mostly they have some or other kind of pain. So they want to come and express. So you'll find a community of like-minded people, okay? And finding people whose experience resonate with yours, not feeling alone in your journey, and finding help sometimes, even solutions. Next. And nature and healing, as I said, gardening, nature, that can also be a very good, if you go out, touch mud, see a bird, it can be very meditative and it can help you in your healing process a lot. So can we come back? Now we'll do a small activity. Again, one slide, but yes, here. I will do a small activity. This is a 1-minute video which I'll show you and we'll close, okay? So 3 girls, please come, beautiful girls, Sahana, Bhagyalakshmi and Yamini. So we'll do a theater thing. It's very therapeutic, playback theater, and it is magical because we don't have a script. Whatever we are going to do is on the spot. It's improv theater. It's known as improv theater. And it's very therapeutic because it's interactive. It's not a scripted play. We'll take your experiences. We'll play it back to you. That's why it's known as playback. And it is used in therapy as well. So yes. So now I request you all to share your experiences quickly in 1 or 2 lines. Actors. So now, anybody share any experience you would like to. Yes, because we are talking about trauma today. So maybe, yeah, thank you. So because we are talking about trauma, discussing trauma here, so maybe you can share in 1 line your experience of having experienced trauma. It doesn't have to be trauma, a bad experiences. Even if you want to share something good, feel free to. Quickly, 2 to 3 people, if you can share something. Please raise your hands. Yeah. So I'll ask her first, then I'll come back to you. Yes. Your name and experience.
My name is Archana. Yeah. My trauma experience was a bad touch in a public place. And it was so recent, before 4 days.
Thank you, Archana. For sharing, yes, now you.
Hello, ma'am. So my experience is that it happened in school when I was in 12th grade. So I used to be very silent. Now only I'm coming up and expressing. I will be so introvert. Uh, 2 hours, whole class was sitting back and having a blast. I was sitting alone and I'll be writing something because I like writing and I'm a budding writer, as I told. So there was a boy, he used to come and take advantage of my silence. He used to talk about very nasty and unpleasant topics, and just because I suppress all inside myself, he used to pour the dirt through his words, and that have so much disturbed me. I used to cry in my home in front of everybody, and when anybody asked the reason, I used to tell some other reason rather than telling the true reason. It was really very tough, and my boards were nearing, so I somehow I crossed it. And after 6 months, I asked him via chat, via WhatsApp, why you did, and I made him apologize to me. So this was a terrible experience, and I came out of it. So once he should not dare to take advantage of any other girl who's silent, because she is not silent. She's talkative in a positive way and in her own unique way. Don't take advantage of silent girls. I made him understand that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. That was really powerful. Anybody else? Quickly, 1 or 2 lines sharing any bad memory or a good memory also, whatever. Anything traumatic? Anybody from the faculty side, ma'am, please, please. Girls are looking up to you. Let them know, like, anything? Faculties, students? Yeah, thank you. What's your name?
Harni Ramesh. My name is Harni Ramesh. This is my family. My parents decided to divorce, and they blame me because of their divorce, because I'm a girl child. So yeah.
Sorry, but really, again, thanks for sharing. So we have 3 stories. Anybody else? One more? Yeah. Your name and your story.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So my name is Srivasha. I've experienced harassment from my own uncle, my mother's brother. I shared this to my mother and she did nothing about it. She said that it's my brother, I can't do anything about it. Just suppress it, tolerate it, since he's your uncle. And I couldn't even share anything to her since that because she didn't do anything about it.
Thank you so much, Srivarsha, for sharing that. See the kind of stories coming out. So yeah, there are a lot of stories like that where your own parents don't validate your traumatic experience, and it's really sad. So we have 4 stories. One of being experiencing bad touch very recently, 4 days back. One being bullied by a boy, I'm assuming maybe in a very nasty or sexual way. He was approaching you. You gave it back to him. You were disturbed. You were not able to study. You made him apologize. Third story was about, yes, gaslighting by the parents, that we got divorced. It's not your fault, but they are putting the blame on you, and how traumatic it can be for a child to, face something that from a parent, and again, very disturbing, that being abused by your own uncle and the mother not supporting the child and not validating the experience. So you see the kind of experiences we have in our society and the normalization of abuse. Not even girls, even boys go through, if you'll discuss with them. So here the actors will enact, yeah? Yeah.
Thing is, he didn't harass me in a bad touch or anything. He literally tried to rape me. Yes, that's my.
Again, thanks for sharing and very courageous of you. Maybe you should also find a let out, but it's okay. We are in a safe space and sharing all these things. And yeah, so our actors will enact these experiences for you. Loud. Yeah. Let's watch.
எல்லாருமே என்ன தப்பா பேசுவாங்க. நான் அதுக்கு சைலண்டாவே இருந்துடுறேன். சைலண்டாவே இருந்துடுறேன். சைலண்டாவே இருந்துடுறேன். நான் என்ன பண்ணேன்? நான் பொண்ணுதானே. நான் பிறந்ததுக்கு நான் என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? அதுக்கே இவங்க ஏன் மேல பிளேம் பண்றாங்க. இதுக்கு நான் என்ன ஒரு ரீசன் ஆக முடியும்? இதுல நான் எப்படி ஒரு காரணம் ஆக முடியும்? எங்க உள்ள தொடுவீங்களா? மாமா இருந்தா என்ன தொடுவீங்களா? எதுவுமே கேட்க மாட்டீங்களா? கேளுங்கம்மா. கேளுங்கம்மா. பப்ளிக்ல என்ன பேட் டச் பண்ணுவீங்களா? 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 கேட்க மாட்டீங்களா? பண்ணுவீங்களா? நான் என்ன ரீசன்? கேளுங்க. ரீசன் ஆக முடியும். நீங்க பிரியறதுக்கு நான் எப்படி காரணம் ஆக முடியும்? மாமா வரணும் என்ன? பேட் டச் பண்ணுவீங்களா? இதுக்கு நான் எப்படி காரணம் ஆக முடியும்? நிறுத்த சொல்லுங்க.
So much for the Okay, it's okay to cry. It's good to cry. Express. Express. Did you find your closure? Did you find something? Did you find a closure? The people who shared? It's okay to cry. It's okay to cry. Cry, share, express. It's good. I'm so happy you people shared. It's a safe space in between your teachers. I'm so sorry I made you all cry, but cry, cry, cry. It's a good thing. Cry in circles, cry in community, cry together. It's everyone's story. There's nothing shameful. We all have gone through all these things. Thank you so much for your lovely experiences. Thank you so much for your sharings. So brave you are. So brave. I couldn't have done that. So brave. Can we take one more thing? Performance? We'll do a conflict. Okay? Now, because we are crying, maybe we'll do something hilarious. Okay? Just to balance out. So conflict. So what is the biggest conflict? Love marriage versus arranged marriage? To date a boy or not? To date a girl or not? I'm sorry, teachers, but that's what is going on. It's normal. Okay? So to study literature or commerce, to go for a job or go for modeling. So what are your conflicts? So 2 conflicts I want. Please. It can be sad as well. It can be hilarious, whatever you want. But the biggest conflict in your minds. Please. Yours age, every age is conflicted. In every age you are conflicted. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. My conflict is like to choose the job-oriented path in my wish or my parents' wish. It's where they influence me a lot. Like you have to go in our path. So they have plenty of choices like government job, MBA, and every day they post these things in my mind, and I'm not interested.
What do you want to do?
Something in literature side.
They want you to tie up into a proper job, but you want to do something creative.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for sharing. Anybody else? That is one of the conflict. Anybody else, please? Faculty side, this is your chance to take it out. Please. It will be really encouraging for the students if you share your vulnerabilities. Any conflict? Yes, thank you, ma'am. The name and conflict.
So whenever I meet someone new or the possibility of meeting someone new is creates a lot of conflict in me because I usually tend to be on the introverted side. So I'm usually conflicted between finding people who are either intellectually compatible with me or emotionally compatible with me. So the intellectual companionship versus emotional companionship is something that I've been discussing of late with a couple of my colleagues. So that's something that's been wrecking my mind. Is it intellectual companionship that I look for in a person, or is it the emotional companionship? Which is the better match? My name is Visuda.
Thank you so much, ma'am. मेरी दिल की बात कही. कि intelligence should we choose, or there are people who are very emotionally compatible, then this, just screw your mind with something, and there are people who are intelligent, really, you just gel up with them like anything, but they are not at all. They doesn't reach your that emotional level. That is something I go through a lot. Thanks for sharing. Anybody else? Any conflict? Yeah, please.
My name is Arshana, ma'am. My biggest conflict is, should I dress satisfying by myself or should I satisfy the society?
Satisfy yourself, not society. I'm giving you the solution.
According to me, if I dress, they'll be harassing that you have a big boobs, or so that time I feel like I don't even want to go out when if once they started telling the same thing, my mind will be directly, it'll be moved on to that situation, and I couldn't enjoy the current situation which is there. So I just want to.
What's your good name? Archana. Thanks, Archana, for sharing it. Everyone goes to that. We are body shamed, we are slut shamed. That's something I go through even now. So completely valid. So shall we show it in the form of conflict? So we have 3 stories. One was about choosing the career path. My parents want me to have a secure job. I want to do work on the creative side. My struggle as well. Ma'am's also. I think we can all connect with all the stories. Ma'am's struggle is like, what kind of person I should be with. It should be emotionally compatible or intellectually compatible. And the third one, that how should I dress? Because no matter what I do, I'm either body shamed or slut shamed, but I want to satisfy myself. Okay, so let's see it in the form of conflict. One person, 2 minds. Okay, and you are free to choose whatever stories you want to.
எனக்கு நான் பிடிச்ச மாதிரி தான் ட்ரெஸ் பண்ணுவேன். சொசைட்டி என்ன சொன்னா எனக்கு என்ன, எனக்கு எப்படி இருக்கணுமோ அதுதான் எனக்கு. ஆனா பாக்குறவங்க எப்படி பாப்பாங்க, அவங்க கண்ணு எப்படி பாக்கும்? பாக்குறவங்க என்ன பார்த்தா என்ன, அவங்களா எனக்கு வாழ்க்கை தர போறாங்க, அவங்களா எனக்கு ஹாப்பினஸ், எனக்கு நான் தான் ஹாப்பினஸ். சோ நான் போற ட்ரெஸ் தான் எனக்கு. இல்லையே, ஆனா இதனால நமக்கு வேற ஏதாச்சும் பிரச்சனை வந்துட்டா என்ன பிரச்சனை? கேர்ள்ஸ்னாலே பிரச்சனை வரதான் செய்யும். அதுக்காக மத்தவங்களுக்காக நம்ம லைக் மூடி நம்ம இது க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டு போனோம்னு இல்ல, நம்மளுக்கு என்ன பிடிச்சிருக்கோ நம்ம அதுதான் போடணும். ஆனா யாராச்சும் ஏதாவது பார்த்துட்டா, தப்பா நினைச்சிட்டா, எனக்கு பிடிச்ச மாதிரி தான் நான் ட்ரெஸ் போடுவேன். மனசு எல்லாத்துக்கும் காரணம் மூளைதான். அதை வச்சு என்ன பண்றது? எஜுகேஷன் இல்லாம இங்க எதாவது நடக்குமா? மூளை இருந்தாதான் இந்த உலகம் மனசு ஸ்டேபிளா இருக்கும். மனசெல்லாம் இங்க யாரு பாக்குறா? மூளைதாங்க எல்லாத்துக்கும். எமோஷன் எப்படி வேணா ஆடுங்க.
We can do the third story as well. Whoever wants to take up the career.
உங்க அப்பா அம்மாக்கு எப்படி பிடிச்சிருக்கோ அந்த மாதிரி தான் நான் கரியர் சூஸ் பண்ணி நான் பாட்டுக்கு ஸ்மூத்தா லைஃப் லீட் பண்ணுவேன். படிக்க போறது நீங்க படிச்சாலும் எங்க அப்பா அம்மா தானே காசு கட்டுறாங்க. வேலைக்கு போறது நீங்க தானே, எங்க அப்பா அம்மாக்கு தானே உழைச்சு பெற்றது அவங்க. அவங்களுக்கு தானே மனசுக்கு பிடிச்சத படிக்க விடுங்க.
Thank you so much, actors. So I have in the line Yamini, Your sari is so pretty. Yamini, Bhagyalakshmi, Sahana, and the great superstar of the day, Meenakshi ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So did you get your little bit of closures? So that's what art does to you. It's a very sad story, to be conflicted. But, there is some humor in it, right? And if there's no humor, maybe through expression, today a lot of you shared your very deeply personal stories. Maybe you can write about it, you can put out your stories. It might take some time and courage, and do it whenever you are prepared, but do it, because see, lot of people resonated with your feelings. So don't be ashamed, don't feel that you'll be judged. Just say it out, and your path of healing will begin. So I think I'll take a pause. I wanted to show some videos, but I think we are up on time. Thank you so much for lovely listening and for such lovely audience. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. C.G. Akila ma'am, for such a wonderful and engaging session on coping with trauma through personal narratives in the form of poetry, verse, and performing arts. First, make yourself happy, then others. That line really touched our hearts, ma'am. And it was incredible hearing you open up about your personal trauma, and it was really inspiring for all of us today, ma'am. We are sincerely grateful for your beautiful words, ma'am. And I'm actually speechless about the act that happened today. So I thank all the actors. All the actors really performed well. You teared us all up. Thank you so much, ma'am. சரி நான் போயிட்டு வரேன். Today's plenary session is over and we will meet tomorrow virtually. Thank you. For the faculty members, the refreshments are served outside. Thank you.